Hey everyone, and welcome back again. It's your local Vexing Cat. Um, Interesting. I'm not sure why that browser link is broken. Nope, it just took a minute. Hey everyone, it's your local Vexing Cat, your tiger librarian. We're going to be reading more of The Picture of Dorian Gray. And I wanted to briefly, at least for those of you that are here right now, tell you guys what I have in the works for Halloween. So, Halloween is special, right? It is when, like, the the veil between our reality and our world is thinnest between that and the land of the dead, de los muertos. This is why the Irish carved jack-o'-lanterns out of turnips. It's why we continue the tradition here, at least stateside, with carved pumpkins to ward off evil spirits, and to scare the goblins away we would dress our children as, oh, thank you, Higara. We would dress our children as little goblins so that way they wouldn't be swept up and taken away from us. So I have been working very hard, and there are a few people in this chat right now that are part of this. Next Thursday, I'm going to have a Halloween event of spooky stories. Here, let me grab that schedule. So I have a number of folks. So I've got some various friends and some people that volunteered to do reading, but I'm going to have about 9 or 10 separate people on for stories next Thursday. So everyone's bringing something different. Some are like childhood stories, some are creepypastas, some are short stories, some are original stories that will be read by people. Let me put that in the chat here, and I'll go ahead and pin that. There we go. There. Until we manually unpin it. There we go. So, like I said, we're going to have a whole bunch of folks on Thursday, and unfortunately, one of the people that I was really hoping to be on Thursday, Wilde, will actually be on Friday. So on Friday, depending on where I am left in this book after this week and next week, we will be continuing. We'll have him on. He's going to read something custom, because he's honestly probably one of the best horror VTubers on all of Twitch. Horror-based games, horror-based stories. His current model is absolutely horrifying, in the best way. In the best way possible. Let's do a shout out at Wildosis, so you guys can see what I mean. Hopefully it'll be something new. I don't know. It's a mixed bag. I was using Twitch Guru before, but I switched to a different program to run.
I saw somebody running, and
that's
I
the
took
old
a shot.
PNG.
Yeah. Okay.
It's okay. It's still more modern than the first ones. That's interesting. It should be a little bit longer than that. I'll just have to dial in the shout out bot later. Anyway, we are here to read chapter 8 of The Picture of Dorian Gray, so we will get that ready. Water, coffee, snack, check. Wonderful Libro files, check. But yeah, look forward to next Thursday. I originally found the story or the scheduler from a different creator here on Twitch, Crypt Community. They were doing a raid train. There we go. A raid train from horror VTuber to horror VTuber to horror VTuber, including Wildosis, which is where I got to see that program first. And I have to say, really slick idea. So if you wanted to do like dedicated stream trains, you could set it up that to raid into each other one after another for special events. Just clever. We love clever things. Hey, Jules. Oh, the Melissa tail. Nice. Tiefling Melissa's one of the best. I really like them as a creator, both as an artist and as a streamer too. Okay, everybody, let's get started here and see where we go. Hi, cooks. Hi, chat. You all look cute today. Everyone does look cute today. I hope you're having an amazing Friday. Okay. Ah, I broke it. I fixed it. Oof. All right. We're on to chapter 8 of The Picture of Dorian Gray. It was long past noon when he awoke. His valet had crept several times on tiptoe into the room to see if he was stirring, and had wondered what made his young master sleep so late. Finally his bell sounded, and Victor came in softly with a cup of tea and a pile of letters. On a small tray of old Sèvres china, Sèvres? I'm guessing. Sèvres china, and drew back the olive satin curtains with their shimmering blue lining that hung in front of the 3 tall windows. Welcome in. Monsieur has well slept this morning, he said, smiling. What o'clock is it, Victor? Asked Dorian Gray, drowsily. 1 hour and a quarter, monsieur. How late it was! He sat up, and having sipped some tea, turned over his letters. One of them was from Lord Henry, and had been brought by hand that morning. He hesitated for a moment, and then put it aside. The others he opened listlessly. They contained the usual collection of cards, invitations to dinner, tickets for private views, programs of charity concerts, and the like, that are showered on fashionable young men every morning during the season. There was a rather heavy bill for a chaste silver Louis Quinze toilet set that he had not yet had the courage to send on to his guardians, who were extremely old-fashioned people and did not realize that we live in an age when unnecessary things are our only necessities. And there were several very courteously worded communications from Jermyn Street moneylenders offering to advance any sum of money at a moment's notice and at the most reasonable rates of interest. Sizing seems a bit off today. I don't think so. Maybe I need to... that fits in the frame a little bit better. There we go. Wandy, thank you. Thank you so much for this. 4 months? You've really been around that long? My goodness. Thank you so much. Hikara, Wande, thank you so much for the subscriptions. I really appreciate it. Every dime goes towards making the stream something impressive. And I appreciate all of your support. After about 10 minutes, he got up, and throwing on an elaborate dressing gown of silk-embroidered cashmere wool, passed into the onyx-paved bathroom. The cool water refreshed him after his long sleep. He seemed to have forgotten all that he had gone through. A dim sense of having taken part in some strange tragedy came to him once or twice, but there was the unreality of a dream about it. As soon as he was dressed, he went into the library and sat down to a light French breakfast that had been laid out for him on a small round table close to the open window. It was an exquisite day. The warm air seemed laden with spices. A bee flew in and buzzed round the blue dragon bowl that, filled with sulphur yellow roses, stood before him. He felt perfectly happy. Suddenly, his eye fell on the screen that he had placed in front of the portrait, and he started. "Too cold for monsieur?" asked his valet, putting an omelette on the table. "I shut the window?" Dorian shook his head. "I am not cold," he murmured. Was it all true? Had the portrait really changed, or had it been simply his own imagination that had made him see a look of evil where there had been a look of joy? Surely a painted canvas could not alter. The thing was absurd. It would serve as a tale to tell Basil some day. It would make him smile. And yet, how vivid was his recollection of the whole thing. First in the dim twilight, and then in the bright dawn, he had seen the touch of cruelty round the warped lips. He almost dreaded his valet leaving the room. He knew that when he was alone, he would have to examine the portrait. He was afraid of certainty. When the coffee and cigarettes had been brought and the man turned to go, he felt a wild desire to tell him to remain. As the door was closing behind him, he called him back. The man stood, waiting for his orders. Dorian looked at him for a moment. "I am not at home to anyone, Victor," he said with a sigh. The man bowed and retired. Then he rose from the table, lit a cigarette, and flung himself down on a luxuriously cushioned couch that stood facing the screen. The screen was an old one, of gilt Spanish leather, stamped and wrought with a rather florid Louis Quatorze pattern. He scanned it curiously, wondering if ever before it had concealed the secret of a man's life. Should he move it aside after all? Why not let it stay there? What was the use of knowing? If the thing was true, it was terrible. If it was not true, why trouble about it? What should he do if Basil Hallward came and asked to look at his own picture? Basil would be sure to do that. No. The thing had to be examined at once. Anything would be better than this dreadful state of doubt. He got up and locked both doors. At least he would be alone when he looked upon the mask of his shame. Then he drew the screen aside and saw himself face to face. It was perfectly true. The portrait had altered. As he often remembered afterwards, and always with no small wonder, he found himself at first gazing at the portrait with a feeling of almost scientific interest. That such a change should have taken place was incredible to him, and yet it was fact. It was a fact. Was there some subtle affinity between the chemical atoms that shaped themselves into form and color on the canvas, and the soul that was within him? Could it be that what that soul thought, they realized? That what it dreamed, they made true? Or was there some other, more terrible reason? He shuddered and felt afraid, and going back to the couch, lay there, gazing at the picture in sickened horror. One thing, however, he felt that it had done for him. It had made him conscious how unjust, how cruel he had been to Sybil Vane. It was not too late to make reparation for that. She could still be his wife. His unreal and selfish love would yield to some higher influence, would be transformed into some nobler passion, and the portrait that Basil Hallward had painted of him would be a guide to him through life, would be to him what holiness is to some, and conscience to others, and the fear of God to us all. There were opiates for remorse, drugs that could lull the moral sense to sleep. But here was a visible symbol of the degradation of sin. Here was an ever-present sign of the ruin men brought upon their souls. 3 o'clock struck, and 4, and the half-hour rang its double chime, but Dorian Gray did not stir. He was trying to gather up the scarlet threads of life and to weave them into a pattern, to find his way through the sanguine labyrinth of passion through which he was wandering. He did not know what to do or what to think. Finally, he went over to the table and wrote a passionate letter to the girl he had loved, imploring her forgiveness and accusing himself of madness. He covered page after page with wild words of sorrow and wilder words of pain. There is a luxury in self-reproach. When we blame ourselves, we feel that no one else has a right to blame us. It is the confession, not the priest, that gives us absolution. When Dorian had finished the letter, he felt that he had been forgiven. Suddenly there came a knock to the door, and he heard Lord Henry's voice outside. "My dear boy, I must see you. Let me in at once. I can't bear your shutting yourself up like this." He made no answer at first, but remained quite still. The knocking still continued, and grew louder. Yes, it was better to let Lord Henry in, and to explain to him the new life he was going to lead, to quarrel with him if it became necessary to quarrel, to part if parting was inevitable. He jumped up, drew the screen hastily across the picture, and unlocked the door. "I'm so sorry for it all, Dorian," said Lord Henry as he entered, "but you must not think too much about it." "Do you mean about Sybil Vane?" asked the lad. "Yes, of course," answered Lord Henry, sinking into a chair and slowly pulling off his yellow gloves. It is dreadful from one point of view, but it was not your fault. Tell me, did you go behind and see her after the play was over?" "Yes." "I felt sure you had. Did you make a scene with her?" "I was brutal, Harry, perfectly brutal. But it is all right now. I am not sorry for anything that has happened. It has taught me to know myself better." "Ah, Dorian, I am so glad you take it in that way. I was afraid I would find you plunged in remorse and tearing that nice curly hair of yours." "I have got through all that," said Dorian, shaking his head and smiling. "I am perfectly happy now. I know what conscience is, to begin with. It is not what you told me it was. It is the divinest thing in us. Don't sneer at it, Harry, not anymore. Don't sneer at it, Harry, anymore, at least not before me. I want to be good. I can't bear the idea of my soul being hideous." "A very charming artistic basis for ethics, Dorian. I congratulate you on it. But how are you going to begin?" "By marrying Sybil Vane." "Marrying Sybil Vane!" cried Lord Henry, standing up and looking at him in perplexed amazement. "But, my dear Dorian—" "Yes, Harry, I know what you are going to say. Something dreadful about marriage. Don't say it. Don't ever say things of that kind to me again. 2 days ago, I asked Sybil to marry me. I am not going to break my word to her. She is to be my wife." "Your wife? Dorian! Didn't you get my letter? I wrote to you this morning and sent the note down by my own man." "Your letter? Oh, yes, I remember. I have not read it yet, Harry. I was afraid there might be something in it that I wouldn't like. You cut life to pieces with your epigrams." "You know nothing, then." "What do you mean?" Lord Henry walked across the room and, sitting down by Dorian Gray, took both his hands in his own and held them tightly. "Dorian," he said, "my letter, don't be frightened, was to tell you that Sybil Vane is dead." A cry of pain broke from the lad's lips, and he leaped to his feet, tearing his hands away from Lord Henry's grasp. "Dead? Sybil dead? It is not true. It is a horrible lie. How dare you say it?" "It is true. It is quite true, Dorian," said Lord Henry gravely. "It is in all the morning papers. I wrote down to you to ask you not to see anyone until I came. There will have to be an inquest, of course, and you must not be mixed up in it. Things like that make a man fashionable in Paris, but in London people are so prejudiced. Here, one should never make one's debut with a scandal. One should reserve that to give an interest to one's old age. I suppose they don't know your name at the theater. If they don't, it is all right. Did anyone see you going round to her room? That is an important point. Dorian did not answer for a few moments. He was dazed with horror. Finally, he stammered in a stifled voice, "Harry, did you say an inquest? What do you mean by that? What did you mean by that? Did Sybil—" "Oh, Harry, I can't bear it. But be quick. Tell me everything at once." "I have no doubt it was not an accident, Dorian, though it must be put in that way to the public. It seems that as she was leaving the theater with her mother, about 12:30 or so, she said she had forgotten something upstairs. They waited some time for her, but she did not come down again. They ultimately found her lying dead on the floor of her dressing room. She had swallowed something by mistake, some dreadful thing they use at theaters. I don't know what it was, but it had either prussic acid or white lead in it. I should fancy it was prussic acid, as she seems to have died instantaneously." Harry, it is terrible," cried the lad. "Yes, it is very tragic, of course, but you must not get yourself mixed up in it. I see by the Standard that she was 17. I should have thought she was almost younger than that. She looked such a child, and seemed to know so little about acting. Thank you, Lato." Hydrate. "Dorian, you mustn't let this thing get on your nerves. You must come and dine with me, and afterwards we will look in at the opera. It is a Patty night, and everybody will be there. You can come to my sister's box. She has got some smart women with her."
Hydrate or dihydrate?
Bit of a delay on that redeem. "So I have murdered Sybil Vane," said Dorian Gray, half to himself. "Murdered her as surely as if I had cut her little throat with a knife. Yet the roses are not less lovely for all that. The birds sing just as happily in my garden, and tonight I am to dine with you, and then go on to the opera and sup somewhere, I suppose, afterwards. How extraordinarily dramatic life is! If I had read all this in a book, Harry, I think I should have wept over it. Somehow, now that it has happened, actually, and to me, it seems far too wonderful for tears. Here is the first passionate love letter I have ever written in my life. Strange that my first passionate love letter should have been addressed to a dead girl. Can they feel, I wonder, those white, silent people we call the dead? Sybil, can she feel, or know, or listen? Oh, Harry, how I loved her once. It seems years ago to me now. She was everything to me. Then came that dreadful night. Was it really only last night? When she played so badly and my heart almost broke. She explained it all to me. It was terribly pathetic, but I was not moved a bit. I thought her shallow. Suddenly, something happened that made me afraid. I can't tell you what it was, but it was terrible. I said I would go back to her. I felt I had done wrong, and now she is dead. My God, Harry, what shall I do? You don't know the danger I am in, and there is nothing to keep me straight. She would have done that for me. She had no right to kill herself. It was selfish of her." Okay. "My dear Dorian," answered Lord Henry, taking a cigarette from his case and producing a gold Latin matchbox. The only way a woman can ever reform a man is by boring him so completely that he loses all possible interest in life. If you had married this girl, you would have been wretched. Of course you would have treated her kindly. One can always be kind to people about whom one cares nothing. But she would have soon found out that you were absolutely indifferent to her, and when a woman finds that out about her husband, she either becomes dreadfully dowdy or wears very smart bonnets that some other woman's husband has to pay for. I say nothing about the social mistake, which would have been abject, which, of course, I would not have allowed, but I assure you that in any case the whole thing would have been an absolute failure. I suppose it would, muttered the lad, walking up and down the room and looking horribly pale. But I thought it was my duty. It is not my fault that this terrible tragedy has prevented my doing what was right. I remember your saying once that there is a fatality about good resolutions, that they are always made too late. Mine certainly were. Good resolutions are useless attempts to interfere with scientific laws. Their origin is pure vanity. Their result is absolutely nil. They give us now and then some of those luxurious, sterile emotions that have a certain charm for the weak. That is all that can be said for them. They are simply checks that men draw on a bank where they have no account. Harry, cried Dorian Gray, coming over and sitting down beside him, why is it that I cannot feel this tragedy as much as I want to? I don't think I am heartless, do you? You have done too many foolish things during the last fortnight to be entitled to give yourself that name. Dorian, answered Lord Henry with his sweet, melancholy smile. The lad frowned. I don't like that explanation. Harry, he rejoined, but I am glad that you don't think I am heartless. I am nothing of the kind. I know I am not, and yet I must admit that this thing that has happened does not affect me as it should. It seems to me to be simply like a wonderful ending to a wonderful play. It has all the terrible beauty of a Greek tragedy, a tragedy in which I took a great part, but by which I have not been wounded. It is an interesting question, said Lord Henry, who found an exquisite pleasure in playing on the lad's unconscious egotism. An extremely interesting question. I fancy that the true explanation is this. It often happens that the real tragedies of life occur in such an inartistic manner that they hurt us by their crude violence. Their absolute incoherence, their absurd want of meaning, their entire lack of style. They affect us just as vulgarity affects us. They give us an impression of sheer brute force, and we revolt against that. Sometimes, however, a tragedy that possesses artistic elements of beauty crosses our lives. If these elements of beauty are real, the whole thing simply appeals to our sense of dramatic effect. Suddenly, we find that we are no longer the actors, but the spectators of the play, or rather, we are both. We watch ourselves, and the mere wonder of the spectacle enthralls us. In the present case, what is it that has really happened? Someone has killed herself for love of you. I wish that I had ever had such an experience. It would have made me in love with love for the rest of my life. The people who have adored me, there have not been very many, but there have been some, have always insisted on living on long after I have ceased to care for them, or they to care for me. They have become stout and tedious, and when I meet them, they go in at once for reminiscences. There we go. Go in at once for reminiscences. Reminiscences? Yes, okay. They go in at once for reminiscences. That awful memory. That awful memory of woman. What a fearful thing it is, and what an utter intellectual stagnation it reveals. One should absorb the color of life, but one should never remember its details. Details are always vulgar. I disagree. I must sow poppies in my garden, sighed Dorian. There is no necessity, rejoined his companion. Life has always poppies in her hands. Of course, now and then things linger. I once wore nothing but violets all through one season, as a form of artistic mourning for a romance that would not die. Ultimately, however, it did die. I forget what killed it. I think it was her proposing to sacrifice the whole world for me. That is always a dreadful moment. It fills one with the terror of eternity. Well, would you believe it? A week ago at Lady Hampshire's, I found myself seated at dinner next the lady in question. And she insisted on going over the whole thing again and digging up the past and raking up the future. I had buried my romance in a bed of asphodel. She dragged it out again and assured me that I had spoiled her life. I am bound to state that she ate an enormous dinner, so I did not feel any anxiety, but what a lack of taste she showed. The one charm of the past is that it is the past, but women never know when the curtain has fallen. They always want a sixth act. And as soon as that interest of the play is entirely over, they propose to continue it. If they were allowed their own way, every comedy would have a tragic ending, and every tragedy would culminate in a farce. They are charmingly artificial, but they have no sense of art. You are more fortunate than I am, I assure you, Dorian, that not one of the women I have known would have done for me what Sybil Vane did for you. Ordinary women always console themselves. Some of them do it by going in for sentimental colors. Never trust a woman who wears mauve, whatever her age may be, or a woman over 35 who is fond of pink ribbons. It always means that they have a history. Others find a great consolation in suddenly discovering the good qualities of their husbands. They flaunt their conjugal felicity in one's face, as if it were the most fascinating of sins. Religion consoles some. Its mysteries have all the charm of a flirtation, a woman once told me, and I can quite understand it. Besides, nothing makes one so vain as being told that one is a sinner. Conscience makes egotists of us all. Yes. There is really no end to the consolations that women find in modern life. Indeed, I have not mentioned the most important one. What is that, Harry? Said the lad listlessly. Oh, the obvious consolation. Taking someone else's admirer when one loses one's own. In good society, that always whitewashes a woman. But really, Dorian, how different Sybil Vane must have been from all the women one meets. There's something to me quite beautiful about her death. I am glad I am living in a century when such wonders happen. They make one believe in the reality of the things we all play with, such as romance, passion, and love. I was terribly cruel to her. You forget that. I am afraid that women appreciate cruelty, downright cruelty, more than anything else. They have wonderfully primitive instincts. Lord Henry needs a sheer kick in the butt. We have emancipated them, but they remain slaves looking for their masters all the same. They love being dominated. I am sure you were splendid. I have never seen you really and absolutely angry, but I can fancy how delightful you looked. And after all, you said something to me the day before yesterday that seemed to me at the time to be merely fanciful, but that I see now was absolutely true, and it holds the key to everything. What was that, Harry? You said to me that Sybil Vane represented to you all the heroines of romance, that she was Desdemona one night and Ophelia the other, and that if she died as Juliet, she came to life as Imogen. She will never come to life again now, muttered the lad, burying his face in his hands. No, she will never come to life. She has played her last part, but you must think of that lonely death in the tawdry dressing room simply as a strange, lurid fragment from some Jacobean tragedy, as a wonderful scene from Webster or Ford or Cyril Turner. The girl never really lived, and so she has never really died. And to you, at least, she was always a dream, a phantom, that flitted through Shakespeare's plays and left them lovelier for its presence, a reed through which Shakespeare's music sounded richer and more full of joy. Welcome in, Caretaker Saxon. The moment she touched actual life, she marred it, and it marred her, and so she passed away. Mourn for Ophelia, if you like. Put ashes on your head because Cordelia was strangled. Cry out against heaven because the daughter of Brabantio died. But don't waste your tears over Sybil Vane. She was less real than they are. There was a silence. The evening darkened in the room noiselessly, and with silver feet the shadows crept in from the garden. The colors faded wearily out of things. After some time, Dorian Gray looked up. "You explained me to myself, Harry," he murmured, with something of a sigh of relief. "I felt all that you have said, but somehow I was afraid of it, and I could not express it to myself. How well you know me! But we will not talk again of what has happened. It has been a marvelous experience, that is all. I wonder if life has still in store for me anything as marvelous." Life has everything in store for you, Dorian. There is nothing that you, with your extraordinary good looks, will not be able to do. But suppose, Harry, I became haggard and old and wrinkled. What then? Then, said Lord Henry, rising to go, then, my dear Dorian, you would have to fight for your victories. As it is, they are brought to you. No, you must keep your good looks. We live in an age that reads too much to be wise, and that thinks too much to be beautiful. We cannot spare you. And now you had better dress and drive down to the club. We are rather late as it is. And just like that, he's just gonna shove off the death of Sybil Vane and move on. That is sad. I think I shall join you at the opera, Harry. I feel too tired to eat anything. What is the number of your sister's box? 27, I believe. It is on the grand tier. You will see her name on the door, but I am sorry you won't come and dine. I don't feel up to it, said Dorian listlessly, but I am awfully obliged to you for all you have said to me. You are certainly my best friend. No one has ever understood me as you have. We are only at the beginning of our friendship, Dorian, answered Lord Henry, shaking him by the hand. Goodbye. I shall see you before 9:30, I hope. Remember, Patty is singing. As he closed the door behind him, Dorian Gray touched the bell, and in a few minutes Victor appeared with the lamps and drew the blinds down. He waited impatiently for him to go. The man seemed to take an interminable time over everything. As soon as he had left, he rushed to the screen and drew it back. No, there was no further change in the picture. It had received the news of Sybil Vane's death before he had known of it himself. It was conscious of the events of life as they occurred. The vicious cruelty that marred the fine lines of the mouth had, no doubt, appeared at the very moment that the girl had drunk the poison, whatever it was. Or was it indifferent to results? Did it merely take cognizance of what passed within the soul? He wondered, and hoped that some day he would see the change taking place before his very eyes, shuddering as he hoped it. Poor Sybil. What a romance it had all been. She had often mimicked death on the stage. Then death himself had touched her and taken her with him. How had she played that dreadful last scene? Had she cursed him as she died? No, she had died for love of him, and love would always be a sacrament to him now. She had atoned for everything by the sacrifice she had made of her life. He would not think any more of what she had made him go through. On that horrible night at the theater, when he thought of her, it would be as a wonderful, tragic figure sent into the world's stage to show the supreme reality of love. A wonderful, tragic figure. Tears came to his eyes as he remembered her childlike look and winsome, fanciful ways and shy, tremulous grace. He brushed them away hastily and looked again at the picture. He felt that the time had really come for making his choice, or had his choice already been made? Yes, life had decided that for him, life and his own infinite curiosity about life, eternal youth, infinite passion, pleasures subtle and secret, wild joys and wilder sins. He was to have all these things. The portrait was to bear the burden of his shame. That was all. A feeling of pain crept over him as he thought of the desecration that was in store for the fair face on the canvas. Once, in boyish mockery of Narcissus, he had kissed or feigned to kiss those painted lips that now smiled so cruelly at him. Morning after morning he had sat before the portrait, wondering at its beauty, almost enamored of it, as it seemed to him at times. Was it to alter now with every mood to which he yielded? Was it to become a monstrous and loathsome thing, to be hidden away in a locked room, to be shut out from the sunlight that had so often touched to brighter gold than waving wonder of its hair? The pity of it! The pity of it! For a moment he thought of praying that the horrible sympathy that existed between him and the picture might cease. It had changed in answer to a prayer. Perhaps in answer to a prayer he might remain unchanged. And yet, who that knew anything about life would surrender the chance of remaining always young, however fantastic that chance might be? Or with what fateful consequences it might be fraught. Besides, was it really under his control? Had it indeed been prayer that had produced the substitution? Might there not be some curious scientific reason for it all? If thought could exercise influence, if thought could, Let's try it again. If thought could exercise its influence upon a living organism, might not thought exercise an influence upon dead and inorganic things? Nay, without thought or conscious desire, might not things eternal to ourselves vibrate in unison with our moods and passions, atom calling to atom in secret love or strange affinity? But the reason was of no importance. He would never again tempt by a prayer any terrible power. If the picture was to alter, it was to alter. That was all. Why inquire too closely into it? For there would be a real pleasure in watching it. He would be able to follow his mind into its secret places. This portrait would be to him the most magical of mirrors, as it had revealed to him his own body, so it would reveal to him his own soul, and when winter came upon it, he would still be standing where spring trembles on the verge of summer. When the blood crept from its face and left behind a pallid mask of chalk with leaden eyes, he would keep the glamour of boyhood. Not one blossom of his loveliness would ever fade, not one pulse of his life would ever weaken. Like the gods of the Greeks, he would be strong and fleet and joyous. What did it matter what happened to the colored image on the canvas? He would be safe. That was everything. He drew the screen back into its former place, in front of the picture, smiling as he did so, and passed into his bedroom where his valet was already waiting for him. An hour later he was at the opera, and Lord Henry was sitting over his chair. Wow. Sybil Vane has passed from this mortal plane, and Lord Henry twisted it around so that he would forget her so quickly. One moment admitting he was wrong, writing a letter of passionate apology, asking her to still be his wife, and a few callous words from Lord Henry, made all thoughts of that just whoosh from his head. No remorse over her death. He trembled briefly, but Harry just manipulated his own ego, manipulated his thoughts about the tragedy of it into something beautiful, that her life was, not wasted, but, an example of her great love for him and wishing that he had a woman love him so. Just, my goodness. Okay, we are about an hour in. I'm going to try and read one more chapter, then we'll go on a short ad break. And then my goal is a minimum 4 chapters, but that one was kind of long. So if the next couple chapters are long, we'll only get through 4 today. But if it's any of them are tiny, little baby chapters, we'll try and get through 5 today. So, friendly reminder between chapters: hydrate, stretch, caffeinate if you need to. One second here. Where did I set that bottle? Un momento. You are hydrating and caffeinating. Excellent, Fallen. I think I left it. Very silly me. There we go. I swear, if it wasn't attached, my brain would go wandering all the way off. All right. let's see. We are on to chapter 10. I'll grab that. So we're on to chapter 10 of The Picture of Dorian Gray. So, hope everyone is ready as we continue this somewhat tragic, I would argue, story about Dorian Gray. Tragic in that he has a bad friend who manipulates him into bad things.
Subscription to Space Circus _
As he was sitting at breakfast next morning, Basil Hallward was shown into the room. "I'm so glad I have found you, Dorian," he said gravely. "I called last night and they told me you were at the opera. Of course, I knew that was impossible, but I wish you had left word where you had really gone to. I passed a dreadful evening, half afraid that one tragedy might be followed by another. I think you might have telegraphed for me when you heard of it first. I read of it quite by chance in a late edition of the Globe that I picked up at the club. I came here at once and was miserable at not finding you. I can't tell you how heartbroken I am about the whole thing. I know what you must suffer." "But where were you? Did you go down and see the girl's mother? For a moment I thought of following you there. They gave the address in the paper, somewhere in the Euston Road, isn't it? But I was afraid of intruding upon a sorrow that I could not lighten. Poor woman, what a state she must be in, and her only child, too. What did she say about it all?" "My dear Basil, how do I know?" murmured Dorian Gray, sipping some pale yellow wine from a delicate gold-beaded bubble of Venetian glass, and looking dreadfully bored. "I was at the opera. You should have come on there. I met Lady Gwendolen, Harry's sister, for the first time. We were in her box. She is perfectly charming, and Patty sang divinely. Don't talk about horrid subjects. If one doesn't talk about a thing, it has never happened. It is simply expression, as Harry says, that gives reality to things. I may mention that she was not the woman's only child. There is a son, a charming fellow, I believe, but he is not on the stage. He is a sailor or something. And now tell me about yourself and what you are painting." "You went to the opera?" said Hallward, speaking very slowly and with a strained touch of pain in his voice. "You went to the opera while Sybil Vane was lying dead in some sordid lodging? You can talk to me of other women being charming and of Patty singing divinely before the girl you loved has even the quiet of a grave to sleep in? Why, man, there are horrors in store for that little white body of hers." "Stop, Basil. I won't hear it," cried Dorian, leaping to his feet. "You must not tell me about things. What is done is done. What is past is past. You call yesterday the past? What has the actual lapse of time got to do with it? It is only shallow people who require years to get rid of an emotion. A man who is master of himself can end a sorrow as easily as he can invent a pleasure. I don't want to be at the mercy of my emotions. I want to use them, to enjoy them, and to dominate them." "Dorian, this is horrible. Something has changed you completely. You look exactly the same wonderful boy who day after day used to come down to my studio to sit for his picture. But you were simple, natural, and affectionate then. You were the most unspoiled creature in the whole world. Now, I don't know what has come over you. You talk as if you had no heart, no pity in you. It is all Harry's influence. I see that. The lad flushed up and was going to the window. Looked out for a few moments on the green, flickering, sun-lashed garden. I owe a great deal to Harry, Basil. He said at last, more than I owe to you, you only taught me to be vain. Well, I am punished for that, Dorian, or shall be some day. I don't know what you mean, Basil, he exclaimed, turning round. I don't know what you want. What do you want? I want the Dorian Gray I used to paint, said the artist sadly. Basil, said the lad, going over to him and putting his hand on his shoulder, you have come too late. Yesterday, when I heard that Sybil Vane had killed herself. Killed herself? Good heavens, is there no doubt about that? Cried Hallward, looking up at him with an expression of horror. Basil, my dear Basil, surely you don't think it was a vulgar accident. Of course she killed herself. The elder man buried his face in his hands. How fearful, he murmured. A shudder ran through him. No, said Dorian Gray, there is nothing fearful about it. It is one of the great romantic tragedies of the age. As a rule, people who act lead the most commonplace lives. They are good husbands or faithful wives or something tedious. You know what I mean. Middle-class virtue and all that kind of thing. How different Sybil was. She lived her finest tragedy. She was always a heroine. The last night she played, the night you saw her, she acted badly because she had known the reality of love. Oh, wow. Thank you, Bonecaller. And thank you, Casman. The last night she played. The night you saw her, she acted badly because she had known the reality of love. When she knew its unreality, she died. As Juliet might have died, she passed again into the sphere of art. There is something of the martyr about her. All that wasted beauty. But as I was saying, you must not think I have not suffered. If you had come in yesterday at a particular moment about 5:30, perhaps, or 5:45, you would have found me in tears. Even Harry, who was here, who brought me the news, in fact, had no idea what I was going through. I suffered immensely. Then it passed away. I cannot repeat an emotion. No one can, except sentimentalists, and you are awfully unjust, Basil. You come down here to console me. That is charming of you. You find me consoled, and you are furious. How like a sympathetic person. You remind me of a story Harry told me about a certain philanthropist who spent 20 years of his life in trying to get some grievance redressed or some unjust law altered. I forget exactly what it was. Finally, he succeeded, and nothing could exceed his disappointment. He had absolutely nothing to do, almost died of ennui, and became a confirmed misanthrope. And besides, my dear old Basil, if you really want to console me, teach me rather to forget what has happened, or to see it from a proper artistic point of view. Was it not Gautier who used to write about la consolation des arts? I remember picking up a little vellum-covered book in your studio one day and chancing on that delightful phrase. Well, I am not like that young man you told me of when we were down at Marlow together. The young man who used to say that yellow satin could console one for all the miseries of life. I love beautiful things that one can touch and handle, old brocades, green bronzes, lacquer work, carved ivories, exquisite surroundings, luxury pomp. There is much to be got from all these. But the artistic temperament that they create, or at any rate reveal, is still more to me. To become the spectator of one's own life, as Harry says, is to escape the suffering of life. I know you are surprised of... Completely lost my train of thought there. I know you are surprised at my talking to you like this. You have not realized how I have developed. I was a schoolboy when you knew me. I am a man now. I have new passions, new thoughts, new ideas. I am different, but you must not like me less. I am changed, but you must not always be my friend. Of course, I am very fond of Harry, but I know you are better. I know that you are better than he is. You are not stronger. You are too much afraid of life, but you are better. How happy we used to be together. Don't leave me, Basil, and don't quarrel with me. I am what I am. There is nothing more to be said. I feel like a Popeye. I am what I am. Popeye the Sailor Man. Silly. The painter felt strangely moved. The lad was infinitely dear to him, and his personality had been the great turning point in his art. He could not bear the idea of reproaching him any more. After all, his indifference was probably merely a mood that would pass away. There was so much in him that was good, so much in him that was noble. Well, Dorian, he said at length, with a sad smile, I won't speak to you again about this horrible thing after today. I only trust your name won't be mentioned in connection with it. The inquest is to take place this afternoon. Have they summoned you? Dorian shook his head. A look of annoyance passed over his face at the mention of the word inquest. There was something so crude and vulgar about everything of the kind. They don't know my name, he answered. But surely she did. Only my Christian name, and that I am quite sure she never mentioned to anyone. She told me once that they were all rather curious to learn who I was, and that she invariably told them my name was Prince Charming. It was pretty of her. You must do me a drawing of Sybil, Basil. I should like to have something more of her than the memory of a few kisses and some broken, pathetic words. I will try, and do something, Dorian, if it would please you. But you must come and sit to me yourself again. I can't get on without you. I can never sit to you again, Basil. It is impossible, he exclaimed, starting back. The painter stared at him. My dear boy, what nonsense, he cried. Do you mean to say you don't like what I did for you? Where is it? Why have you pulled the screen in front of it? Let me look at it. It is the best thing I have ever done. Do take the screen away. It is simply disgraceful of your servant, hiding my work like that. I felt the room looked different as I came in. My servant has nothing to do with it, Basil. You don't imagine I let him arrange my room for me. He settles my flowers for me sometimes, that is all. No, I did it myself. The light was too strong on the portrait. Too strong? Surely not, my dear fellow. It is an admirable place for it. Let me see it. And Hallward walked towards the corner of the room. A cry of terror broke from Dorian Gray's lips, and he rushed between the painter and the screen. Basil, he said, looking very pale, you must not look at it. I don't wish you to. Not look at my own work. You are not serious. Why shouldn't I look at it? Exclaimed Hallward, laughing. If you try to look at it, Basil, on my word of honor, I will never speak to you again as long as I live. I am quite serious. I don't offer any explanation, and you are not to ask for any, but remember, if you touch this screen, everything is over between us. Hallward was thunderstruck. He looked at Dorian Gray in absolute amazement. He had never seen him like this before. The lad was actually pallid with rage. His hands were clenched, and the pupils of his eyes were like discs of blue fire. He was trembling all over. Dorian, don't speak. But what is the matter? Of course I won't look at it if you don't want me to, he said rather coldly, turning on his heel. And going over towards the window. But really, it seems rather absurd that I shouldn't see my own work, especially as I am going to exhibit it in Paris in the autumn. I shall probably have to give it another coat of varnish before that, so I must see it some day, and why not today? To exhibit it! You want to exhibit it, exclaimed Dorian Gray, a strange sense of terror creeping over him. Was the world going to be shown his secret? Were people to gape at the mastery of his life? That was impossible. Something, he did not know what, had to be done at once. Yes, I don't suppose you will object to that. George's Petite is going to collect all my best pictures for a special exhibition in the Rue d'Assise, which will open the first week in October. The portrait will only be away a month. I should think you could easily spare it for that time. In fact, you are sure to be out of town, and if you keep it always behind a screen, you can't care much about it. Dorian Gray passed his hand over his forehead. There were beads of perspiration there. He felt that he was on the brink of a horrible danger. You told me a month ago that you would never exhibit it, he cried. Why have you changed your mind? You people who go in for being consistent have just as many moods as others have. The only difference is that your moods are rather meaningless. You can't have forgotten that you assured me most solemnly that nothing in the world would induce you to send it to any exhibition. You told Harry exactly the same thing. He stopped suddenly, and a gleam of light came into his eyes. He remembered that Lord Henry had said to him once, half seriously and half in jest, if you want to have a strange quarter of an hour, get Basil to tell you why he won't exhibit your picture. He told me why he wouldn't, and it was a revelation to me. Yes, perhaps Basil, too, had his secret. He would ask him and try. Basil, he said, coming over quite close and looking him straight in the face, we have each of us a secret. Let me know yours, and I shall tell you mine. What was your reason for refusing to exhibit my picture? The painter shuddered in spite of himself. Dorian, if I told you, you might like me less than you do, and you would certainly laugh at me. I could not bear your doing either of those two things. If you wish me never to look at your picture again, I am content. I have always you to look at. If you wish the best work I have ever done to be hidden from the world, I am satisfied. Your friendship is dearer to me than any fame or reputation. No, Basil, you must tell me, insisted Dorian Gray. I think I have a right to know. His feeling of terror had passed away, and curiosity had taken its place. He was determined to find out Basil Hallward's mystery. Let us sit down, Dorian, said the painter, looking troubled. Let us sit down, and just answer me one question. Have you noticed in the picture something curious? Something that probably at first did not strike you, but that revealed itself to you suddenly. Basil, cried the lad, clutching the arms of his chair with trembling hands and gazing at him with wild, startled eyes. I see you did. Don't speak. Wait till you hear what I have to say. Dorian, from the moment I met you, your personality had the most extraordinary influence over me. I was dominated, soul, brain, and power by you. You became to me the visible incarnation of that unseen ideal whose memory haunts us artists like an exquisite dream. I worshipped you. I grew jealous of everyone to whom you spoke. I wanted to have you all to myself. I was only happy when I was with you. When you were away from me, you were still present in my art. Of course, I never let you know anything about this. It would have been impossible. You would not have understood it. I hardly understood it myself. I only knew that I had seen perfection face to face, and that the world had become wonderful to my eyes, too wonderful, perhaps. For in such mad worship there is peril, the peril of losing them, no less than the peril of keeping them. Weeks and weeks went on, and I grew more and more absorbed in you. Then came a new development. I had drawn you as Paris in dainty armor, and as Adonis with huntsman's cloak and polished boar spear. Crowned with heavy lotus blossoms, you had sat on the prow of Adrian's barge, gazing across the green, turbid Nile. You had leant over the still pool of some Greek woodland and seen in the water's silent silver the marvel of your own face. And it had all been what art should be, unconscious, ideal, and remote. One day, a fatal day, I sometimes think I determined to paint a wonderful portrait of you as you actually are, not in the costume of dead ages, but in your own dress and in your own time, whether it was the realism of the method or the mere wonder of your own personality. Thus, directly presented to me without mist or veil, I cannot tell. But I know that as I worked at it, every flake and film of color seemed to me to reveal my secret. I grew afraid that others would know of my idolatry. I felt, Dorian, that I had told too much, that I had put too much of myself into it. Then it was that I resolved never to allow the picture to be exhibited. You were a little annoyed, but then you did not realize all that it meant to me. Harry, to whom I talked about it, laughed at me, but I did not mind that. When the picture was finished and I sat alone with it, I felt that I was right. Well, after a few days, the thing left my studio, and as soon as I had got rid of the intolerable fascination of its presence, it seemed to me that I had been foolish in imagining that I had seen anything in it. More than that, you were extremely good-looking, and that I could paint. Even now, I cannot help feeling that it is a mistake to think that the passion one feels in creation is ever really shown in the work one creates. Art is always more abstract than we fancy. Form and color tell us of form and color. That is all. It often seems to me that art conceals the artist far more completely than it ever reveals him. And so, when I got this offer from Paris, I determined to make your portrait the principal thing in my exhibition. It never occurred to me that you would refuse. I see now that you were right. The picture cannot be shown. You must not be angry with me, Dorian, for what I have told you. As I said to Harry once, you are made to be worshipped. Dorian Gray drew a long breath. The color came back to his cheeks, and a smile played about his lips. The peril was over. He was safe for the time, yet he could not help feeling infinite pity for the painter who had just made this strange confession to him, and wondered if he himself would ever be so dominated by the personality of a friend. Lord Henry had the charm of being very dangerous, but that was all. He was too clever and too cynical to be really fond of. Would there ever be someone who could fill him with a strange idolatry? Was that one of the things that life had in store? It is extraordinary to me, Dorian, said Hallward, that you should have seen this in the portrait. Did you really see it? I saw something in it, he answered, something that seemed to me very curious. Well, you don't mind my looking at the thing now? Dorian shook his head. You must not ask me that, Basil. I could not possibly let you stand in front of that picture. You will some day, surely. Never. Well, perhaps you are right. And now, goodbye, Dorian. You have been the one person in my life who has really influenced my art. Whatever I have done that is good, I owe to you. Ah, you don't know what it cost me to tell you all that I have told you. My dear Basil, said Dorian, what have you told? What have you told me? Simply that you felt that you admired me too much. That is not even a compliment. It was not intended as a compliment. It was a confession. Now that I have made it, something seems to have gone out of me. Perhaps one should never put one's worship into words. It was a disappointing confession. Why? What did you expect, Dorian? You didn't see anything else in the picture, did you? There was nothing else to see? No, there was nothing else to see. Why do you ask? But you mustn't talk about worship. It is foolish. You and I are friends, Basil, and we must always remain so. You have got Harry, said the painter sadly. Oh, Harry, cried the lad with a ripple of laughter. Harry spends his days in saying what is incredible, and his evenings in doing what is improbable. Just the sort of life I would like to lead. But still, I don't think I would go to Harry if I were in trouble. I would sooner go to you, Basil. You will sit to me again? Impossible. You spoil my life as an artist by refusing, Dorian. No man came across two ideal things. Few come across one. I can't explain it to you, Basil. But I must never sit to you again. There is something fatal about a portrait. It has a life of its own. I will come and have tea with you. That will be just as pleasant. Pleasanter for you, I am afraid, murmured Hallward regretfully. And now, goodbye. I'm sorry you won't let me look at the picture once again, but that can't be helped. I quite understand what you feel about it. As he left the room, Dorian Gray smiled to himself. Poor Basil. How little he knew of the true reason. How strange it was that instead of being forced to reveal his own secret, he had succeeded almost by chance in wresting a secret from his friend. How much that strange confession explained to him. The painter's absurd fits of jealousy, with his wild devotion, his extravagant panegyrics, his curious reticences. He understood them all now. Reticence. Oh, Lord. His extravagant panegyrics, his curious reticences, he understood them all now. And he felt sorry. There seemed to him to be something tragic in a friendship so colored by romance. He sighed, and he touched the bell. The portrait must be hidden away at all costs. He could not run such a risk of discovery again. It had been mad of him to have allowed the thing to remain even for an hour in the room in which any of his friends had access. Wow. I'm curious what would happen if Dorian Gray sat for Basil again. Like if he tried to paint him again, would he still capture that innocent beauty, or would he capture something else that we cannot see? Makes you wonder. Alright, we are between chapters. I'm going to go ahead and take a short bathroom break and refill my water bottle. And while I am gone, I will just run a quick ad break. And when I come back, we will start with chapter 10. We are about halfway through the book right now. So we'll try and get at least 2 more chapters in today. So hang tight, everybody. We'll see you as soon as I get back. have returned. Wonderful. Okay, let's see. While I'm at it, fix that. Okay. So we are on to chapter 10 of The Picture of Dorian Gray. I hope everyone had a nice little break. Is 12:30 in the morning too late for ice cream? I do not know. It depends on the ice cream, I suppose. I feel like something very complicated and full of bits and crunchies might be a bit rough on the tummy so late, but a simple flavor. Plain chocolate, plain caramel, plain vanilla, a little light avocado would be lovely. To each their own. All right, we are roughly midway through what I was hoping to get through today. I'm very excited that we're past the midway point in the book. It kind of gives me an estimate. I'm thinking probably it'll be after today 3 more sessions, which is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday next week, and we'll get through the entirety of The Picture of Dorian Gray right about the end of Halloween, the end of October. And of course, Thursday being separate. Thursday would be good for entirely different reasons. And like I said, on Friday next week, Wildosis is going to be kind enough to do a reading for us of something he likes. I'm not sure which story he has picked. I think he's still sorting that out, but he has a couple of different things that he was talking about wanting to read. So, I hope everybody is ready. Let's see here. What a Friday. Okay. We continue where we left off with chapter 10. And my stack. Put those away. Okay. Chapter 10 of The Picture of Dorian Gray. When his servant entered, he looked at him steadfastly, and wondered if he had thought of peering behind the screen. The man was quite impassive, and waited for his orders. Dorian lit a cigarette, and walked over to the glass and glanced into it. He could see the reflection of Victor's face perfectly. It was like a placid mask of servility. There was nothing to be afraid of there, yet he thought it best to be on his guard. Speaking very slowly, he told him to tell the housekeeper that he wanted to see her, and then to go to the frame maker and ask him to send 2 of his men round at once. It seemed to him that as the man left the room his eyes wandered in the direction of the screen, or was that merely his own fancy? After a few moments, in her black silk dress, her with old-fashioned thread mittens on her wrinkled hands, Mrs. Leaf bustled into the library. He asked her for the key of the schoolroom. "The old schoolroom, Mr. Dorian," she exclaimed. "Why, it is full of dust. I must get it arranged and put you straight before you go into it. It is not fit for you to see, sir. It is not, indeed." "I don't want it put straight, Leaf. I only want the key." "Well, sir, you'll be covered with cobwebs if you go into it. Why, it hasn't been opened for nearly 5 years, not since his lordship died." He winced at the mention of his grandfather. He had hateful memories of him. "That does not matter," he answered. "I simply want to see the place. That is all. Give me the key." "And here is the key, sir," said the old lady, going over the contents of her bunch with a tremulously uncertain hands. "Here is the key. I'll have it off the bunch in a moment, but you don't think of living up there, sir, and you so comfortable here. No, no, he cried petulantly. Thank you, Leaf. That will do. She lingered for a few moments and was garrulous over some detail of the household. He sighed and told her to manage things as she thought best. She left the room wreathed in smiles. As the door closed, Dorian put the key in his pocket and looked round the room. His eyes fell on a strange purple satin coverlet heavily embroidered with gold, a splendid piece of late 17th century Venetian work that his grandfather had found in a convent near Bologna. Bologna? Near Bologna. Yes, that would serve to wrap the dreadful thing in. It had perhaps served often as a pall for the dead. Now it was to hide something that had a corruption of its own, perhaps worse than the corruption of death itself. Something that would breed horrors and yet would never die. What the worm was to the corpse, his sins would be to the painted image on the canvas. They would mar its beauty and eat away its grace. They would defile it and make it shameful. And yet, the thing would still live on. It would be always alive. He shuddered, and for a moment he regretted that he had not told Basil the true reason why he had wished to hide the picture away. Basil would have helped him to resist Lord Henry's influence and the still more poisonous influences that came from his own temperament. The love that he bore him, for it was really love, had nothing in it that was not noble and intellectual. It was not that mere physical admiration of beauty that is born of the senses and that dies when the senses tire. It was love. It was such love as Michelangelo had known, and Montague? I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce that name. No definition found. Nope. Okay. Well. Copy pasta. Well, I guess we'll go to the word. Okay. It's a French name. Montaigne. Oh, okay. Montaigne. French. Well, I don't speak French very well, sadly. And Montaigne, and Winckelmann, and Shakespeare himself. Yes, Basil could have saved him, but it was too late now. The past could always be annihilated. Regret, denial, or forgetfulness could do that. But the future was inevitable. There were passions in him that would find their terrible outlet. Dreams that would make the shadow of their evil real. He took up from the couch the great purple and gold texture that covered it, and holding it in his hands passed behind the screen. Was the face on the canvas viler than before? It seemed to him that it was unchanged, and yet his loathing of it was intensified. Gold hair, blue eyes, and rose-red lips. They were all there. They all were there. It was simply the expression that had altered, that was horrible in its cruelty, compared to what he saw in it of censure or rebuke. How shallow Basil's reproaches about Sybil Vane had been, how shallow, and of what little account. His own soul was looking out at him from the canvas and calling him to judgment. A look of pain came across him, and he flung the rich pall over the picture. As he did so, a knock came to the door. He passed out as his servant entered. "The persons are here, monsieur." He felt that the man must be got rid of at once. He must not be allowed to know where the picture was being taken to. There was something sly about him, and he had thoughtful, treacherous eyes. Sitting down at the writing table, he scribbled a note to Lord Henry asking him to send him round something to read, and reminding him that they were to meet at 8:15 that evening. "Wait for an answer," he said, handing it to him, "and show the men in here." In 2 or 3 minutes there was another knock, and Mr. Hubbard himself, the celebrated frame maker of South Audley Street, came in with a somewhat rough-looking young assistant. Mr. Hubbard was a florid, red-whiskered little man, whose admiration for art was considerably tempered by the impecuniosity. I do not know how to say that word either. Wow, that one's a good one. Impecuniosity. That is a wild word. I'm not sure if I've got that one. That one is a... noun, as in poverty. Okay. Is there pronunciation? Give me the word. Okay. Great. I love it when it does that. Impecuniosity. There we go. There is no definition. You must be kidding. Impecunious. Having little or no money. Okay. So by pronouncing impecunious, so impecuniosity. Okay. Do a little exclamation point word. I guess. Beakerbot. Behave. Try it again. Word. There we go. Sassy bot. Sassy bot. Okay. All right. Inveterate impecuniosity. Hey. Got it that time. Of most of the artists who dealt with him, as a rule, he never left his shop. He waited for people to come to him, but he always made an exception in favor of Dorian Gray. There was something about Dorian that charmed everybody. It was a pleasure even to see him. "What can I do for you, Mr. Gray?" he said, rubbing his fat, freckled hands. "I thought I would do myself the honor of coming round in person. I have just got a beauty of a frame, sir. Picked it up at a sale. Old Florentine. Came from Fonthill, I believe. Admirably suited for a religious subject, Mr. Gray." "I am so sorry you have given yourself the trouble of coming round, Mr. Hubbard. I shall certainly drop in and look at the frame, though I don't go in much at present for religious art. But today I want only a picture carried to the top of the house for me. It is rather heavy, so I thought I would ask you to lend me a couple of your men." "No trouble at all, Mr. Gray. I am delighted to be of any service to you. Which is the work of art, sir?" "This," replied Dorian, moving the screen back. "Can you move it, covering and all, just as it is? I don't want it to get scratched going upstairs." There will be no difficulty, sir," said the genial frame maker, beginning, with the aid of his assistant, to unhook the picture from the long brass chains by which it was suspended. "And now, where shall we carry it to, Mr. Gray? I will show you the way, Mr. Hubbard, if you will kindly follow me. Or perhaps you had better go in." In front. I am afraid it is right at the top of the house. We will go up by the front staircase as it is wider. He held the door open for them, and they passed out into the hall and began the ascent. The elaborate character of the frame had made the picture extremely bulky, and now and then, in spite of the obsequious protests of Mr. Hubbard, who had the true tradesman's spirited dislike of seeing a gentleman doing anything useful, Dorian put his hand to it so as to help them. "Something of a load to carry, sir," gasped the little man when they reached the top landing, and he wiped his shiny forehead. "I am afraid it is rather heavy," murmured Dorian, as he unlocked the door that opened into the room that was to keep for him the curious secret of his life and hide his soul from the eyes of men. He had not entered the place for more than 4 years, not, indeed, since he had used it first as a playroom when he was a child, and then as a study when he grew somewhat older. It was a large, well-proportioned room which had been specially built by the last Lord Kelso for the use of the little grandson whom, for his strange likeness to his mother, and also for other reasons, he had always hated and desired to keep at a distance. It appeared to Dorian to have but little changed. There was the huge Italian cassone, with its fantastically painted panels and its tarnished gilt moldings, and what he had so often hidden himself as a boy. There the satin-wood bookcase filled with his dog-eared school-books. On the wall behind it was hanging the same ragged Flemish tapestry where a faded king and queen were playing chess in a garden, while a company of hawkers rode by carrying hooded birds on their gauntleted wrists. How well he remembered it all. Every moment of his lonely childhood came back to him as he looked round. He recalled the stainless purity of his boyish life, and it seemed horrible to him that it was here the fatal portrait was to be hidden away. How little he had thought in those dead days of all that was in store for him. But there was no other place in the house so secure from prying eyes then as this. He had the key, and no one else could enter it. Beneath its purple pall, the face painted on the canvas could grow bestial, sodden, and unclean. What did it matter? No one could see it. He himself would not see it. Why should he watch the hideous corruption of his soul? He kept his youth. That was enough. And besides, might not his nature grow finer, after all? There was no reason that the future should be so full of shame. Some love might come across his life and purify him, and shield him from those sins that seemed to be already stirring in spirit and in flesh. Those curious, unpictured sins whose very mystery lent them their subtlety and their charm. Perhaps someday the cruel look would have passed away from the scarlet sensitive mouth, and he might show to the world Basil Hallward's masterpiece. No, that was impossible. Hour by hour and week by week, the thing upon the canvas was growing old. It might escape the hideousness of sin, but the hideousness of age was in store for it. The cheeks would become hollow or flaccid. Yellow crow's feet would creep round the fading eyes and make them horrible. The hair would lose its brightness. The mouth would gape, or droop, would be foolish or gross, as the mouths of old men are. There would be the wrinkled throat, the cold, blue-veined hands, the twisted body that he remembered in the grandfather who had been so stern to him in his boyhood. The picture had to be concealed. There was no help for it. "Bring it in, Mr. Hubbard, please," he said wearily, turning round. "I am sorry I kept you so long. I was thinking of something else." "Always glad to have a rest, Mr. Gray," answered the frame-maker, who was still gasping for breath. "Where shall we put it, sir?" "Oh, anywhere. Here, this will do. I don't want to have it hung up. Just lean it against the wall, thanks." "Might one look at the work of art, sir?" Dorian started. It would not interest you, Mr. Hubbard, he said, keeping his eyes on the man. He felt ready to leap upon him and fling him to the ground if he dared to lift the gorgeous hanging that concealed the secret of his life. I shan't trouble you any more now. I am much obliged for your kindness in coming round. Not at all, Mr. Gray. Ever ready to do anything for you, sir. And Mr. Hubbard tramped downstairs, followed by the assistant, who glanced back at Dorian with a look of shy wonder in his rough, uncomely face. He had never seen anyone so marvelous. When the sound of their footsteps had died away, Dorian locked the door and put the key in his pocket. He felt safe now. No one would ever look upon the horrible thing. No eye but his would ever see his shame. On reaching the library, he found that it was just after 5 o'clock, and that the tea had been already brought up. On a little table of dark perfumed wood, thickly encrusted with nacre, a present from Lady Radley, his guardian's wife, a pretty professional invalid, who had spent the preceding winter in Cairo, was lying a note from Lord Henry, and beside it was a book bound in yellow paper, the cover slightly torn and the edges soiled. A copy of the 3rd edition of the St. James's Gazette had been placed on the tea-tray. It was evident that Victor had returned. He wondered if he had met the men in the hall as they were leaving the house, and had wormed out of them what they had been doing. He would be sure to miss the picture, had no doubt missed it already, while he had been laying the tea things. The screen had not been set back, and a blank space was visible on the wall. Perhaps some night he might find him creeping upstairs and trying to force the door of the room. It was a horrible thing to have a spy in one's house. He had heard of rich men who had been blackmailed all their lives by some servant who had read a letter, or overheard a conversation, or picked up a card with an address, or found beneath a pillow a withered flower or shred of crumpled lace. He sighed, and having poured himself out some tea, opened Lord Henry's note. It was simply to say that he had sent him round the evening paper and a book that might interest him, and that he would be at the club at 8:15. He opened the St. James's languidly and looked through it. A red pencil mark on the 5th page caught his eye. It drew attention to the following paragraph. Inquest on an actress. An inquest was held this morning at the Bell Tavern, Hoxton Road, by Mr. Danby, the district coroner, on the body of Sybil Vane, a young actress recently engaged at the Royal Theatre, Holborn. A verdict of death by misadventure was returned. Considerable sympathy was expressed for the mother of the deceased, who was greatly affected during the giving of her own evidence, and that of Dr. Birrell, who had made the post-mortem examination of the deceased. He frowned, and tearing the paper in two, went across the room and flung the pieces away. How ugly it all was, and how horribly real ugliness made things. He felt a little annoyed with Lord Henry for having sent him the report, and it was certainly stupid of him to have marked it with red pencil. Victor might have read it. The man knew more than enough English for that. Perhaps he had read it, and begun to suspect something, and yet what did it matter? What had Dorian Gray to do with Sybil Vane's death? There was nothing to fear. Dorian Gray had not killed her. His eye fell on the yellow book that Lord Henry had sent him. What was it, he wondered? He went towards the little pearl-colored pearl-colored octagonal stand that had always looked to him like the work of some strange Egyptian bees that wrought in silver, and taking up the volume, flung himself into an armchair and began to turn over the leaves. After a few minutes he became absorbed. It was the strangest book that he had ever read. It seemed to him that in exquisite raiment and to the delicate sound of flutes, the sins of the world were passing in dumb show before him. Things that he had dimly dreamed of were suddenly made real to him. Things of which he had never dreamed were gradually revealed. It was a novel without a plot, and with only one character, being, indeed, simply a psychological study of a certain young Parisian who spent his life trying to realize in the 19th century all the passions and modes of thought that belonged to every century except his own, and to sum up, as it were, in himself the various moods through which the world spirit had ever passed, loving for their mere artificiality those renunciations that men have unwisely called virtue, as much as those natural rebellions that wise men still call sin. The style in which it was written was that curious, jeweled style, vivid and obscure at once, full of argot and of archaisms, of technical expressions and of elaborate paraphrases, and characterizes the work of some of the finest artists of the French school of symbolists. There were in it metaphors as monstrous as orchids and as subtle in color. The life of the senses was described in the terms of mystical philosophy. One hardly knew at times whether one was reading the spiritual ecstasies of some medieval saint or the morbid confessions of a modern sinner. Modern sinner. It was a poisonous book. The heavy odor of incense seemed to cling about its pages and to trouble the brain. The mere cadence of the sentences, the subtle monotony of their music, so full as it was of complex refrains and movements elaborately repeated, produced in the mind of the lad, as he passed from chapter to chapter, a form of reverie, a malady of dreaming that made him unconscious of the falling day and creeping shadows. Cloudless and pierced by one solitary star, a copper-green sky gleamed through the windows.
Twitch_Zoe just followed.
Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. He read on by its wan light till he could read no more. Then, after his valet had reminded him several times of the lateness of the hour, he got up, and going into the next room, placed the book on the little Florentine table that always stood at his bedside, and began to dress for dinner. It was almost 9 o'clock before he reached the club, where he found Lord Henry sitting alone in the morning room, looking very much bored. "I'm so sorry, Harry," he cried, "but really it is entirely your fault. That book you sent me so fascinated me that I forgot how the time was going." "Yes, I thought you would like it," replied his host, rising from his chair. "I didn't say I liked it, Harry. I said it fascinated me. There is a great difference." "Ah, you have discovered that," murmured Lord Henry, and they passed into the dining room. Ooh, my goodness. Okay, so we're 2 hours in. I think, depending on how long this next chapter is, this 4th chapter for today, we should be able to read 5 today, perhaps. We might have to have an ad break in there, I think, maybe, at least maybe after this next chapter, and then we would be able to get through one more. So, all right, friendly reminder, between chapters, be sure to stretch. Yeah, that's the one. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, as I'm about to do. Caffeinate if you need to. Enjoy some ice cream, perhaps. do whatever you need to enjoy the story. All right, let's see. All right, we're on to chapter 11 of The Picture of Dorian Gray. For years, Dorian Gray could not free himself from the influence of this book, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he never sought to free himself from it. He procured from Paris no less than 9 large paper copies of the first edition, and had them bound in different colors, so that they might suit his various moods and the changing fancies of a nature over which he seemed at times to have almost entirely lost control. The hero, the wonderful young Parisian, in whom the romantic and the scientific temperaments were so strangely blended, became to him a kind of prefiguring type of himself, and indeed, the whole book seemed to him to contain the story of his own life, written before he had lived it. In one point he was more fortunate than the novel's fantastic hero. He never knew, never, indeed, had any cause to know, that somewhat grotesque dread of mirrors and polished metal surfaces and still water, which came upon the young Parisian so early in his life, and was occasioned by the sudden decay of a beauty that had once apparently been so remarkable. It was with almost cruel joy, and perhaps in nearly every joy, as certainly in every pleasure, cruelty had its place, that he used to read the latter part of the book with its really tragic, if somewhat overemphasized account of the sorrow and despair of one who had himself lost what in others and in the world he had most dearly valued. For the wonderful beauty that had so fascinated Basil Hallward, and many others beside him, seemed never to leave him, even those who had heard the most evil things about him, and from time to time strange rumors about his mode of life crept through London and became the chatter of the clubs, could not believe anything to his dishonor when they saw him. He had always the look of one who had kept himself unspotted from the world. Men who talked grossly became silent when Dorian Gray entered the room. There was something in the purity of his face that rebuked them. His mere presence seemed to recall to them the memory of the innocence that they had tarnished. They wondered how one so charming and graceful as he was could have escaped the stain of an age that was at once sordid and sensual. Often, on returning home from one of those mysterious and prolonged absences that gave rise to such strange conjecture among those who were his friends, or thought that they were so, he himself would creep upstairs to the locked room, open the door with a key that never left him now, and stand with a mirror in front of the portrait that Basil Hallward had painted of him, looking now at the evil and aging face on the canvas, and now at the fair young face that laughed back at him from the polished glass. The very sharpness of the contrast used to quicken his sense of pleasure. He grew more and more enamored of his own beauty, more and more interested in the corruption of his own soul. He would examine with minute care, and sometimes with a monstrous and terrible delight, the hideous lines that seared the wrinkling forehead, or crawled around the heavy, sensual mouth, wondering sometimes which were the more horrible, the signs of sin or the signs of age. He would place his white hands beside the coarse, bloated hands of the picture and smile. He mocked the misshapen body and the failing limbs. There were moments, indeed, at night when, lying sleepless in his own delicately scented chamber, or in the sordid room of the little ill-famed tavern near the docks, which under an assumed name and in disguise it was his habit to frequent, he would think of the ruin he had brought upon his soul, with a pity that was all the more poignant because it was purely selfish. But moments such as these were rare. That curiosity about life which Lord Henry had first stirred in him as they sat together in the garden of their friend seemed to increase with gratification. The more he knew, the more he desired to know. He had mad hungers that grew more ravenous as he fed them. Yet he was not really reckless, at any rate in his relations to society. Once or twice every month during the winter, and on each Wednesday evening while the season lasted, he would throw open to the world his beautiful house and have the most celebrated musicians of the day to charm his guests with... Oh my.
Ken Arashift just traded with 10 viewers.
Storm warning. Arashi approaching. Hey, welcome in. Thank you, George. Was that Jericho? Or Gurgoman? Gurgoman? Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Vexing Cat, your local tiger librarian. No worries. Thank you for the raid. Or like Ken, it's rare that I get to see you pop in. So, Gary or Gregor? Ah, yes. This is a good bedtime story. A little bit more sensual than I recalled, but it is very good. Yes, it's a calm, relaxing atmosphere here. For those of you lovely readers that have never been to my reading stream, I am a tiger librarian. Currently, I am, quote, hexing cat for Halloween. I am currently reading The Picture of Dorian Gray. We are in chapter 10, if memory serves, and we are actually, I think we're in chapter 11. I digress. But we are chugging through, and at this point, Dorian Gray has been a very, very bad man. Oh, well, if you need to eat and run, I totally understand. Thank you, Ken, for sharing your community with me. Good night, Nutty Dog. Thank you for stopping in. And we have another one. Okay.
Just raided with 15
Welcome,
viewers.
Raiders. A writer raid. Wonderful. Aye, 2 for 1. Oh, no. My goodness. Welcome in from the Geezer raid. Hello. Hello, Raiders. My name is Vexing Cat, your local tiger librarian. I'm currently reading The Picture of Dorian Gray. Welcome in. Please get settled, relax, grab something to drink, something to eat, curl up with a blanket, and just enjoy the story. It's quite fascinating. Raiders do be very cute. You are correct. What amazing time you both had, like one after the other. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your community with me, Almontes. Today was a good reading stream too, if memory serves. You were reading with Hana, wasn't it? I think you were discussing. My brain. You were discussing the book that Hana brought today. The Prince of Nothing. Yes. Book club is such a wonderful way to discuss books in a new way. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. If I could decide on a singular book that I would want to discuss, then I would have to see if I could join the fray, but it's so hard to choose. Yeah. I mean, I could regularly discuss whatever I've been reading. It's just there's something good and something bad in everything that I've read. Thank you for the lurk. All right. Well, Raiders, I think we're ready to get back to it, shall we? All right. We were about there, so let's start at the beginning of that paragraph again. Yet he was not really reckless, at any rate in his relations to society. Once or twice every month during the winter, and on each Wednesday evening, while the season lasted, he would throw open to the world his beautiful house, and have the most celebrated musicians of the day to charm his guests with the wonders of their art. His little dinners, in the settling of which Lord Henry always assisted him, were noted as much for the careful selection and placing of those invited as for the exquisite taste shown in the decoration of the table, with its subtle symphonic arrangements of exotic flowers and embroidered cloths and antique plate of gold and silver. Indeed, there were many, especially among the very young men, who saw or fancied that they saw in Dorian Gray the true realization of a type of which they had often dreamed in Eton or Oxford days, a type that was to combine something of the real culture of the scholar with all the grace and distinction and perfect manner of a citizen of the world. To them, he seemed to be of the company of those whom Dante describes as having sought to, quote, make themselves perfect by the worship of beauty, unquote. Like Gautier, he was one of whom the visible world existed. And certainly to him, life itself was the first, the greatest of the arts. And for it all, the other arts seemed to be but a preparation, fashion by which what is really fantastic becomes for a moment universal. And dandyism, which in its own way is an attempt to assert the absolute modernity of beauty, had of course their fascination for him. His mode of dressing, and the particular styles that from time to time he affected, had marked their influence on the young exquisites of the Mayfair balls and Pall Mall club windows, who copied him in everything that he did, and tried to reproduce the accidental charm of his graceful, though to him only half-serious, fopperies. For, while he was but too ready to accept the position that was almost immediately offered to him on his coming of age, and found indeed a subtle pleasure in the thought that he might really become to the London of his own day what to imperial Neronian Rome the author of the Satyricon once had been, yet in his inmost heart he desired to be something more than a mere arbiter elegantarian, to be consulted on the wearing of a jewel, or the knotting of a necktie, or the conduct of a cane. He sought to elaborate some new scheme of life that would have its reasoned philosophy and its ordered principles to find in the spiritualizing of the senses its highest realization. The worship of the senses has often, and with much justice, been decried, men feeling a natural instinct of terror about passions and sensations that seem stronger than themselves, and that they are conscious of sharing with the less highly organized forms of existence. But it appeared to Dorian Gray that the true nature of the senses had never been understood, and that they had remained savage and animal merely because the world had sought to starve them into submission or to kill them by pain, instead of aiming at making them elements of a new spirituality, of which a fine instinct for beauty was to be the dominant characteristic. As he looked back upon man moving through history, he was haunted by a feeling of loss. So much had been surrendered, and to such little purpose. There had been mad, willful rejections, monstrous forms of self-torture and self-denial, whose origin was fear, and whose result was a degradation infinitely more terrible than that fancied degradation from which, in their ignorance, they had sought to escape. Nature, in her wonderful irony, driving out the anchorite to feed with the wild animals of the desert, and giving to the hermit the beasts of the field as his companions. Yes, there was to be, as Lord Henry had prophesied, a new hedonism that was to recreate life and to save, if from that harsh, uncomely Puritanism that is having in our own day its curious revival. It was to have its service of the intellect. Very much so, Hannah. Thank you for sticking around. I hope your dinner is delightful. Service of the intellect, certainly, yet it was never to accept any theory or system that would involve the sacrifice of any mode of passionate experience. Its aim, indeed, was to be experience itself, and not the fruits of experience, sweet or bitter as they might be. Of the asceticism that deadens the senses, as of the vulgar profligacy. Profligate is to self-flagellate, I think. Let me double check. Sometimes American. That's funny. Helps if I can spell. There we go. There we go. Profligacy. Profligacy. Shameless, desuteless, no, great abundance. Profligacy. Profligacy. The more you know. Word. I've not read the picture of Dorian Gray, but I showed shame I'm in the middle of your reading instead of the beginning, but it's fine. It happens. It happens. As of the vulgar profligacy that dulls them, it was to know nothing, but it was to teach man to concentrate himself upon the moments of a life that it is itself but a moment. There are few of us who have not sometimes awakened before dawn, either after one of those dreamless nights that make us almost enamored of death, or one of those nights of horror and misshapen joy when through the chambers of the brain sweep phantoms more terrible than reality itself, and instinct with that vivid life that lurks in all grotesques and that lends to Gothic art its enduring vitality. This art being one might fancy, especially the art of those whose minds have been troubled with the malady of reverie. Gradually, white fingers creep through the curtains, and they appear to tremble. And black, fantastic shapes, dumb shadows, crawl into the corners of the room and crouch there. Outside there is the stirring of birds among the leaves, or the sound of men going forth to their work, or the sigh and the sob of the wind coming down from the hills and wandering round the silent house, as though it feared to wake the sleepers, and yet must needs call forth sleep from her purple cave. Veil after veil of thin, dusky gauze is lifted, and by degrees the forms and colors of things are restored to them, and we watch the dawn remaking the world in its antique pattern. The wan mirrors get back their mimic life. The flameless tapers stand where we had left them, and beside them lies the half-cut book that we had been studying, or the wired flower that we had worn at the ball, or the letter that we had been afraid to read, or that we had read too often. Nothing seems to us changed. Out of the unreal shadows of the night comes back the real life that we had known. We have to resume it where we had left off, and there steals over us a terrible sense of the necessity for the continuance of energy in the same weariness round of stereotyped habits, or a wild longing. It may be that our eyelids might open some morning upon a world that had been refashioned anew in the darkness for our pleasure. A world in which things would have fresh shapes and colors and be changed, or have other secrets. A world in which the past would have little or no place, or survive at any rate in no conscious form of obligation or regret, the remembrance even of joy having its bitterness, and the memories of pleasure their pain. It was the creation of such worlds as these that seemed to Dorian Gray to be the true object, or amongst the true objects of life, and in his search for sensations that would be at once new and delightful, and possess that element of strangeness that is so essential to romance, he would often adopt certain modes of thought that he knew to be really alien to his nature, abandon himself to their subtle influences, and then, having as it were caught their color and satisfied his intellectual curiosity, leave them with that curious indifference that is not incompatible with a real ardor of temperament, and that indeed, according to certain modern psychologist, is often a condition of it. It was rumored of him once that he was about to join the Roman Catholic communion, and certainly the Roman ritual had always a great attraction for him. The daily sacrifice, more awful really than all the sacrifices of the antique world, stirred him as much by its superb rejection of the evidence of the senses as by the primitive simplicity of its elements and the eternal pathos of the tragedy, of the human tragedy that it sought to symbolize. He loved to kneel down on the cold marble pavement and watch the priest in his stiff, flowered dalmatic, slowly and with white hands moving aside the veil of the tabernacle, or raising aloft the jeweled lantern-shaped monstrance, with that pallid wafer that at times one would fain think is indeed the panis celestis, the bread of angels, or robed in the garments of the Passion of Christ, breaking the host into the chalice and smiting his breast for his sins, the fuming censers that the grave boys in their lace and scarlet tossed into the air like great gilt flowers, had their subtle fascination for him. As he passed out, he used to look with wonder at the black confessionals and long to sit in the dim shadow of one of them and listen to men and women whispering through the worn grating the true story of their lives. But he never fell into the error of arresting his intellectual development by any formal acceptance of creed or system, or of mistaking for a house in which to live an inn that is but suitable for the sojourn of a night, or for a few hours of a night in which there are no stars and the moon is in travail. Mysticism, with its marvelous power of making common things strange to us, and the subtle antinomianism that always seemed to accompany it, moved him for a season, and for a season he inclined to the materialistic doctrines of the Darwinismus movement in Germany, and found a curious pleasure in tracing the thoughts and passions of men to some pearly cell in the brain, or some white nerve in the body, delighting in the conception of the absolute dependence of the spirit on certain physical conditions, morbid or healthy, normal or diseased. Yet, as had been said of him before, no theory of life seemed to him to be of any importance compared with life itself. He felt keenly conscious of how barren all intellectual speculation is when separated from action and experiment. He knew that the senses, no less than the soul, have their spiritual mysteries to reveal. And so he would now study perfumes and the secrets of their manufacture, distilling heavily scented oils and burning odorous gums from the east. He saw that there was no mood of the mind, and that had not its counterpart in the sensuous life, and set himself to discover their true relations, wondering what there was in frankincense that made one mystical, and in ambergris that stirred one's passions, and in violets that woke the memory of dead romances, and in musk that troubled the brain, and champagne that stained the imagination, and seeking often to elaborate a real psychology of perfumes, and to estimate the several influences of sweet-smelling roots and scented pollen-laden flowers, or aromatic balms, and of dark and fragrant woods, of spikenard that sickens, of Havania that makes men mad, and of aloes that are said to be able to expel melancholy from the soul. At another time, he devoted himself entirely to music. And in a long latticed room, with a vermilion and gold ceiling and walls of olive green lacquer, he used to give curious concerts, in which mad gypsies tore wild music from their little zithers, or grave, yellow-shawled Tunisians plucked at the strained strings of monstrous lutes, while grinning, just one word after another, grinning men beat monotonously upon copper drums, and crouching upon scarlet mats, slim turbaned Indians blew through long pipes of reeds or brass, and charmed or feigned to charm great hooded snakes and horrible horned adders. The harsh intervals and shrill discords of barbaric music stirred him at times when Schubert's grace and Chopin's beautiful sorrows and the mighty harmonies of Beethoven himself fell unheeded on his ear. He collected together from all parts of the world the strangest instruments that could be found either in the tombs of dead nations or among the few savage tribes that have survived contact with Western civilizations, and loved to touch and try them. He had the mysterious Juru Paris of the Rio Indians that women are not allowed to look at, and that even youths may not see that they have been subject to fasting and scourging, and the earthen jars of the Peruvians that have the shrill cries of birds and flutes of human bones, such as Alfonso de Orval heard in Chile, and the sonorous green jaspers that are found near Cusco and give forth a note of singular sweetness. He had painted gourds filled with pebbles that rattled when they were shaken, the long clarin of the Mexicans, into which the performer does not blow, but through which he inhales the air, the harsh chur of the Amazon tribes that is sounded by the sentinels who sit all day in high trees, and can be heard, it is said, at a distance of 3 leagues. The Tepon Nazatli? That's a South American word. I don't know if I can pronounce that correctly. The Tepon Nastli, I'm guessing. The Tepon nustily that was two vibrating tongues of wood and is beaten with sticks that are smeared with an elastic gum obtained from the milky juice of plants. The yotl bells of the Aztecs that were hung in clusters like grapes, and a huge cylindrical drum covered with the skins of great serpents, like the one that Bernal Diaz saw when he went with Cortez into the Mexican temple. And of those doleful sound he has left us so vivid a description. The fantastic character of these instruments fascinated him, and he felt a curious delight in the thought that art, like nature, has her monsters, things of bestial shape and with hideous voices. Yet, after some time, he wearied of them, and would sit in his box at the opera, either alone or with Lord Henry, listening in rapt pleasure to Tannhauser, and seeing in the prelude to that great work of art a presentation of the tragedy of his own soul. On one occasion he took up the study of jewels and appeared at a costume ball as Anne de Joyzy.
Hi.
Hey Dan. Welcome in. Admiral of France, in a dress covered with 560 pearls. This taste enthralled him for years, and indeed may be said never to have left him, and he would often spend a whole day settling and resettling in their cases the various stones that he had collected, such as the olive green chrysoberyl that turns red by lamplight, the cymophane with its wire-like line of silver, the pistachio-colored peridot, rose-pink and wine-yellow topazes, carbuncles of fiery scarlet with tremulous four-rayed stars, flame-red cinnamon stones, orange and violet spinels, and amethysts, with their alternate layers of ruby and sapphire. He loved the red gold of the sunstone, and the moonstone's pearly whiteness, and the broken rainbow of the milky opal. He procured from Amsterdam 3 emeralds of extraordinary size and richness of color, and had a turquoise de la Vieille Roche that was the envy of all the connoisseurs. He discovered wonderful stories also about jewels in Alfonso's Clericalis Disciplinia. A serpent was mentioned with eyes of real jacinth, and in the romantic history of Alexander, the conqueror of Emathia was said to have found in the Vale of Jordan snakes with collars of real emeralds growing on their backs. There was a gem in the brain of the dragon. Philostratus told us, and by the exhibition of golden letters had a scarlet robe. The monster could be thrown into a magical sleep and slain, according to the great alchemist Pierre de Boniface. The diamond rendered a man invisible, and the agate of India made him eloquent. The cornelian appeased anger, and the hyacinth provoked sleep, and the amethyst drove away the fumes of wine. The garnet cast out demons, and the hydropicus deprived the moon of her color. The selenite waxed and waned with the moon, and the meloceus that discovers thieves would be affected only by the blood of kids. Leonardus Camillus had seen a white stone taken from the brain of a newly killed toad that was a certain antidote against poison. The bezoar that was found in the heart of Arabian deer was a charm that could cure the plague. In the nests of Arabian birds was the Aspilades that, according to Democritus, kept the wearer from any danger by fire. Are they just making up words at this point? I don't know. I'm struggling so hard. Read that last one again. In the nests of Arabian birds was the Aspilades that, according to Democritus, kept the wearer from any danger by fire. The king of Celian rode through his city with a large ruby in his hand as the ceremony of his coronation. Welcome in, raiders. I am Vexing Cat. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Steph Sue. Oh, welcome in. Dova Bear with Mepples. Dova Bear with me, please. Alright, from utter musical poetry to we're just gonna come up with words. Like there was one, it's like the Cornelian. I'm pretty sure that's Carnelian. Like that, I think that was either a misspelling or the word has changed in the last 100 years. Yes. Welcome in, readers. Hello, my name is Vexing Cat. Welcome to my library. I am normally not quite so witchy. Bear with me, of course. Who cares? I live. Of course. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. I am a tiger librarian. I read classic literature and poetry, and I am currently reading The Picture of Dorian Gray, and we're about halfway through the novel. We're going to shoot for one extra chapter today. We Raidens. Wonderful. So we're finishing up this chapter, and then we'll have a short ad break, and then I'll read one more today. So, yes, we just started page 177. There we go. The gates of the palace of John the priest were made of sardius, with the horn of the horn snake inwrought, so that no man might bring poison within. Over the gable were 2 golden apples, in which were 2 carbuncles, so that the gold might shine by day and the carbuncles by night. In Lodge's strange romance, Marguerite of America, it was stated that in the chamber of the queen one could behold all the chaste ladies of the world, enchased out of silver, looking through fair mirrors of chrysolites, carbuncles, sapphires, and green emeralds. Marco Polo had seen the inhabitants of Zimpangu place rose-colored pearls in the mouths of the dead. A sea monster had been enamored of the pearl that the diver brought to King Perozes. There we go. And had slain the thief and mourned for 7 moons over its loss. When the Huns lured the king into the great pit, he flung it away. Procopius tells the story, not was it ever found again, though the Emperor Anastasius offered 500 weight of gold pieces for it. The king of Malabar had shown to a certain Venetian a rosary of 304 pearls, one for every god that he worshipped. When the Duke de Valentinois, I'm guessing, when the Duke of de Valentinois, son of Alexander VI, the sixth, Alexander the Sixth, visited Louis XII of France, his horse was loaded with gold leaves. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, also, likewise, when one of my mods is around, I really need to get somebody else to be able to do shout outs. My goodness. Yeah. I've got them all written down here. Oh man. Ken, Arashi, Almontes, VT, Jules, I might just make you mod just so you can shout out for me. And of course, now our new friend, Steph Sue. Steph Sue. All right. Oh, well, thank you. Let's Oh, since Steph, you're right here, and I don't have any idea. No, where I know that one of my mods is working right now, so it is what it is. Let's see if the shout out will actually work this time, because we were down here, there, so I can keep track.
Everything
Cute.
I say
Jessica
is
Rabbit.
mostly dumb
That's awesome.
most of the time, but well,
That's cool. Was that from some kind of a karaoke event that you did, Steph Sue? That was cool. Let's see. Right? She was so pretty. I love red sequin dresses. They just look incredible. And you looked immaculate. And then let's see. Let's grab Almontis VT, perhaps. I'm gonna make you work, Jules. I should. You're here so often. Snack time! You guys have to see Almontis VT. Go back in time.
Well, you do
yes,
now.
This is when he had his live 2D.
Your OnlyFans is
We'll work out the particulars
twitch.tv/@noodles.
later, Jules. So yes, Almontis VT, another amazing streamer, good friend, wonderful human being. They do like calligraphy streams. They do gaming, great variety streamer. Gaming streams. They were doing their book club stream today. I have a wide range of silly clips from the cosplay to dancing in a roach costume to doing a handstand. My goodness. Such variety. Well, welcome in, and thank you for sharing your community with me. And let's see if I can get one more shout out. So Ken Arashi, I know from the Underrealm gaming community, is a shark VTuber. Let's see if it'll show.
Just in case you weren't able to hear it on stream, I'll do it for you.
Ken's old
Oh, well?
one. That's wild. That was so fast too. I really need to dial in that bot. My goodness. Yes. So Ken Arashi is another VTuber from the Underrealm gaming community, which if you guys haven't checked them out before, they have their own Discord. So Ken Arashi, Wild Dosis, Tiny Draculina, Aloria, Elmo, etc., 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 Red Lethal Panda, just like all of those guys are a big group of variety streamers, more horror based than not, but Red Lethal Panda doesn't really do horror very much, and Aloria is definitely a variety streamer. But Terakawa Hana, thank you for the follow. You guys are so kind. Thank you so much. We're getting really close to our follower goal, actually. I doubt I'm gonna hit 750 by my affiliate anniversary next month, but we will do the best we can with what we have. So I gonna use up some snoozes so that way we can get through this chapter before we have to have an ad break. Okay. Keep an eye on that. And okay. It's true. Twitch has been full of some of the most incredible individuals. When the Duke de Valentinois, son of Alexander VI, visited Louis XII of France, his horse was loaded with gold leaves according to Brantôme, and his cap had double rows of rubies that threw out a great light. Charles of England had ridden in stirrups hung with 421 diamonds. Richard II had a coat valued at 30,000 marks, which was covered with balas rubies. Hall described Henry VIII on his way to the Tower previous to his coronation. as wearing a jacket of raised gold. Hi, Panda. I literally was just speaking about you. That is so funny. You guys, Panda is my friend from Underrealm Gaming. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to my library. Wildoses also just talked about you too. That is really funny. You guys, like all you Librophiles that are here listening, these are some of the coolest streamers that I have met on anywhere on Twitch. Amazing community, Underrealm Gaming, which I'm surprised there isn't an Underrealm Gaming at twitch.tv, or if there is going to be awesome. But yes, you guys need to check them out. Let me get a shout out for how would I don't, like, off the cuff, I'm not entirely sure how to mod somebody really fast, so I'll have to figure that out later. Phallus, bless, can you get a shout out for Red Lethal Panda for me, please? Oh, there's gonna be a YouTube with compilations. Now that's cool too. And Devi, oh man, I saw the new models for Devi, and oh gosh, there was a few people. So the creator that did your model, Wildosis, they've got on their VGen all of the models for everybody. Everybody's gonna look so good. I'm so excited. It's so incredible. Anyway, Valis, shout, yay nay. So, it's okay. What is it? Would it be /mod space, and we're gonna void Baron Jules. That's the one. There we go. Yay! Jules is now a mod. Can I get an exclamation point? SO space Red Lethal Panda when you get a chance. It doesn't need to have the @ sign. Where was I? Yes. Welcome in, Raiders, again. Hello, I'm Vexing Cat. I'm a little distracted because it's been a very busy day today. Beautiful. Yay, current adorable chibi. Yes, Red Lethal Panda is the adorable panda in the lower left-hand corner. Yes, 10 of 10. Would recommend. Great streamer, variety streams. Apex, Street Fighter. What are some of the other? I've seen you play a few different games now, but just wonderful person. So kind, so generous. And he has, if you follow him during stream, has the funniest message. 10 of 10 would recommend. Yes. All right, let's continue with the story. Wow, it's a wild Friday. A jacket of raised gold, the placard embroidered with diamonds and other rich stones, and a great baldric about his neck of large balasses. Balasses? Unsure. Large balasses. The favorites of James I wore earrings of emeralds set in gold filigrane. Edward II gave to Piers Gaveston a suit of red gold armor studded with jacinths, a collar of gold roses set with turquoise stones, and a skull cap parsemé with pearls. Henry II wore jeweled gloves reaching to the elbow and had a hawk glove sewn with 12 rubies and 52 great orients. The ducal hat of Charles the Rash and the last Duke of Burgundy of his race was hung with pear-shaped pearls and studded with sapphires. How exquisite life had once been, how gorgeous in its pomp and decoration. Even to read of the luxury of the dead was wonderful. Then he turned his attention to embroideries and to the tapestries that performed the offices of frescoes in the chill rooms of the northern nations of Europe. as he investigated the subject, and he always had an extraordinary faculty of becoming absolutely absorbed for the moment in whatever he took up. He was almost saddened by the reflection of the ruin that time brought on beautiful and wonderful things. He, at any rate, had escaped that. Summer followed summer, and the yellow jonquils bloomed and died many times. And the nights of horror repeated the story of their shame, but he was unchanged. No winter marred his face, or stained his flower-like bloom. How different it was with material things. Where had they passed to? Where was the great crocus-colored robe on which the gods fought against the giants that had been worked by brown girls for the pleasure of Athena? Where the huge velarium that Nero had stretched across the Colosseum at Rome, that Titan sail of purple on which was represented the starry sky, and Apollo driving a chariot drawn by white gilt-reined steeds. He longed to see the curious table napkins wrought for the priest of the sun, on which were displayed all the dainties and viands that could be wanted for a feast, and the mortuary cloth of King Chilperic, with its 300 golden bees, the fantastic robes that excited the indignation of the Bishop of Pontus, and were figured with lions, panthers, bears, oh my, dogs, forest, rocks, hunters, all, in fact, that a painter can copy from nature, and the coat that Charles of Orleans once wore, on the sleeves of which were embroidered the verses of a song beginning, Madame, je suis toute joyeuse, the musical accompaniment of the words being wrought in gold thread, and each note of square shape in those days formed with 4 pearls. He read of the room that was prepared at the palace at Rheims for the use of Queen Joan of Burgundy, and was decorated with 1,321 parrots made in broidery, and blazoned with the king's arms, and 561 butterflies whose wings were similarly ornamented with the arms of the queen, the whole worked in gold. Catherine de Medici had a morning bed made for her of black velvet, powdered with crescents and suns. Its curtains were of damask, with leafy wreaths and garlands figured upon a gold and silver ground, and fringed along the edges with broideries of pearls, and it stood in a room hung with rows of the queen's devices, and cut black velvet upon cloth of silver. Louis XIV had gold-embroidered caryatides 15 feet high in his apartment. Caryatides. The state bed of Sobieski, King of Poland, was made of Smyrna gold brocade embroidered in turquoises with verses from the Quran. Its supports were of silver gilt, beautifully chased, and profusely set with enameled and jeweled medallions. It had taken from the Turkish camp before Vienna, and the standard of Muhammad had stood beneath the tremulous gilt of its canopy. Man, he's rather verbose on this subject. And so, for a whole year, he sought to accumulate the most exquisite specimens that he could find of textile and embroidered work, getting the dainty Delhi muslins, finely wrought with gold-threaded palmates and stitched over with iridescent beetles' wings, the Dhaka gauzes that from their transparency are known in the East as woven air and running water and evening dew. Strange figured cloths from Java, elaborate yellow Chinese hangings, books bound in tawny satins or fair blue silks, and wrought with fleur-de-lis, birds and images, veils of lacis, worked in Hungary point, Sicilian brocades, and stiff Spanish velvets, Georgian work with its gilt coins, and Japanese rokusas with their green-toned golds and their marvelously plumaged birds. He had a special passion also for ecclesiastical vestments, as indeed he had for everything connected with the service of the church. In the long cedar chest that lined the west gallery of his house, he had stored away many rare and beautiful specimens of what is really the raiment of the bride of Christ, who must wear purple and jewels and fine linen that she may hide the pallid macerated body that is worn by the suffering that she seeks for, and wounded by self-inflicted pain. He possessed a gorgeous cope of crimson silk and gold thread damask, figured with a repeated pattern of golden pomegranates set in six-petaled formal blossoms, beyond which on either side was the pineapple device wrought in seed pearls. The orphreys were divided into panels representing scenes from the life of the Virgin, and the coronation of the Virgin was figured in colored silks upon the hood. This was Italian work of the 15th century. Another cope was of green velvet embroidered with heart-shaped groups of acanthus leaves, from which spread long-stemmed white blossoms, the details of which were picked out with silver thread and colored crystals. The Morse bore a seraph's head in gold thread raised work. The orphreys were woven in a diaper of red and gold silk, and were starred with medallions of many saints and martyrs, among whom was Saint Sebastian. He had chasubles also of amber-colored silk, and blue silk, and gold brocade, and yellow silk damask, and cloth of gold, figured with representations of the Passion and Crucifixion of Christ, and embroidered with lions and peacocks and other emblems, dalmatics of white satin and pink silk damask, decorated with tulips and dolphins and fleur-de-lis, altar frontals of crimson velvet and blue linen, and many corpels, chalice veils in Sudaria. In the mystic offices to which such things were put there was something that quickened his imagination, for these treasures and everything that he collected in his lovely house were to be to him means of forgetfulness, modes by which he could escape for a season from the fear that seemed to him at times to be almost too great to be borne. Upon the walls of the lonely, locked room where he had spent so much of his boyhood, he had hung with his own hands the terrible portrait whose changing features showed him the real degradation of his life, and in front of it had draped the purple and gold pall as a curtain. For weeks he would not go there, would forget the hideous painted thing, and get back his light heart, his wonderful joyousness, his passionate absorption in mere existence. Then suddenly, some night he would creep out of the house, go down to dreadful places near Bluegate Fields, and stay there day after day until he was driven away. On his return he would sit in front of the picture, sometimes loathing it and himself, but filled at other times with that pride of individualism that is half the fascination of sin, and smiling with great pleasure at the misshapen shadow that had to bear the burden that should have been his own. I'll read one more paragraph, but I'm out of snoozes. I'm gonna have to do a 3-minute ad break before we can continue. Let's see. After a few years, he could not endure to be long out of England, and gave up the villa that he had shared at Trouville with Lord Henry, as well as the little white Walden house at Algiers, where they had more than once spent the winter. He hated to be separated from the picture that was such a part of his life, and was also afraid that during his absence someone might gain access to the room, in spite of its of the elaborate bars that he had caused to be placed upon the door. He was quite conscious that this would tell them nothing. It was true that the portrait still preserved, under all the foulness and ugliness of the face, its marked likeness to himself. But what could they learn from that? He would laugh at anyone who tried to taunt him. He had not painted it. What was it to him how vile and full of shame it looked? Even if he told them, would they believe it? Am I going to be able to get... No, I'm not getting through this chapter before we have to go on an ad break. I thought maybe. I was wrong. Yep, so we'll go on ad break since we're pretty much at the beginning of this page 183. So hang tight, everybody. Wonderful, wonderful listeners that are here. I will be right back after this ad break.
Snack time!
Hydrate or dihydrate?
Don't forget to stretch.
Okay, we return. Let's see. Properties here. Alright. Well, everyone. Who cares? I live! Thank you for the follow.
WH0
Such a
cares
funny
about
such a funny name. It's like it's very, you know, I just imagining you like popping out of some daisies and like double middle fingering. Ha ha ha! Who cares? I lived. It's a vibe. It's very funny. It generates some interesting imagery. Loop was too short. Oh no, the loop was too short. The audio, oh. Yes, I think that was, Hands, I believe. Hi, Tuscane. Happy Friday. Welcome in. Alright, so we will finish this chapter, and then we shall see how I'm feeling. I know I can feel a little bit of roughness in my voice, so I'll do my best. And as I somehow managed to
VT just subscribed with Prime.
it is what it is. Thank you, Valis, for resubscribing. Oh, thank you so much for your generosity. You know, what I really ought to do is just, you know, next time you want to do that, I'll just, you know, as one of my mods, I'll make sure you guys are taken care of. Okay. May it be joyous for you as well. I've been talking a lot, can you tell? Diaz has been a lovely new acquaintance of mine and reader, variety streamer, so it's nice having him here as well. Oh, thank you. Hopefully it's not too orchestrated, I guess. I don't know. I'm just unapologetically a lover of literature and art and music, and I just want to share what I love with everyone else. Yet, he was afraid. Sometimes when he was down at his great house in Nottinghamshire, entertaining the fashionable young men of his own rank, who were his chief companions, and astounding the county by the wanton luxury and gorgeous splendor of his mode of life, he would suddenly leave his guests and rush back to town to see that the door had not been tampered with, and that the picture was still there. What if it should be stolen? The mere thought made him cold with horror. Surely the world would know his secret then. Perhaps the world already suspected it. For while he fascinated many, there were not a few who distrusted him. He was very nearly blackballed at a West End club, of which his birth and social position fully entitled him to become a member, and it was said that on one occasion, when he was brought by a friend into the smoking room of the Churchill, the Duke of Berwick and another gentleman got up in a marked manner and walked out. Curious stories. Have a great night's rest. Curious stories became current about him after he had passed his 25th year. It was rumored that he had been brawling with foreign sailors in a low den in the distant parts of Whitechapel, and that he consorted with thieves and coiners and knew the mysteries of their trade. His extraordinary absences became notorious, and when he used to reappear again in society, men would whisper to each other in corners, or pass him with a sneer, or look at him with cold, searching eyes as though they were determined to discover his secret. Of such insolences, and attempted slights he, of course, took no notice, and in the opinion of most people, his frank, debonair manner, his charming, boyish smile, and the infinite grace of that wonderful youth that seemed never to leave him, were in themselves a sufficient answer to the calumnies, for so they termed them, that were circulated about him. It was remarked, however, that some of those who had been most intimate with him appeared, after a time, to shun him. Women who had wildly adored him, and for his sake had braved all social censure and set convention at defiance, were seen to grow pallid with shame or horror if Dorian Gray entered the room. Yet these whispered scandals only increased in the eyes of many his strange and dangerous charm. His great wealth was a certain element of security. Society, civilized society at least, is never ready, very ready to believe anything to the detriment of those who are both rich and fascinating. It feels instinctively that manners are of more importance than morals, and in its opinion the highest respectability is of much less value than the possession of a good chef. And, after all, it is a very poor consolation to be told that the man who has given one a bad dinner or poor wine is irreproachable in his private life. Even the cardinal virtues cannot atone for half-cold entrees, as Lord Henry remarked once in a discussion on the subject, and there is possibly a good deal to be said for his view, for the canons of good society are, or should be, the same as the canons of art. Form is absolutely essential to it. It should have the dignity of a ceremony as well as its unreality, and should combine the insincere character of a romantic play with the wit and beauty that makes such plays delightful to us. Is insincerity such a terrible thing? I think not. It is merely a method by which we can multiply our personalities. Such, at any rate, was Dorian Gray's opinion. He used to wonder at the shallow psychology of those who conceived the ego in man as a thing simple, permanent, reliable, and of one essence. To him, man was a being with myriad lives and myriad sensations, a complex, multiform creature that bore within itself strange legacies of thought and passion, and whose very flesh was tainted with the monstrous maladies of the dead. He loved to stroll through the gaunt, cold picture gallery of his country house, and look at the various portraits of those whose blood flowed in his veins. Here was Philip Herbert, described by Francis Osborne in his memoirs on the reigns of Queen Elizabeth and King James, as one who was caressed by the court for his handsome face, which kept him not long company. Was it young Herbert's life that he sometimes led? Had some strange poisonous germ crept from body to body till it had reached his own? Was it some dim sense of that ruined grace that had made him so suddenly and almost without cause give utterance in Basil Hallward's studio to the mad prayer that had so changed his life? Here, in gold-embroidered red doublet, jeweled surcoat, and gilt-edged ruff and wristbands, stood Sir Anthony Sherard, with his silver and black armor piled at his feet. What had this man's legacy been? Had the lover of Giovanna of Naples bequeathed him some inheritance of sin and shame? Were his own actions merely the dreams that the dead men had not dared to realize? Here, from the fading canvas, smiled Lady Elizabeth Devereux, in her gauze hood, pearl stomacher, and pink-slashed sleeves. A flower was in her right hand, and her left clasped an enameled collar of white and damask roses. On a table by her side lay a mandolin and an apple. There were large green rosettes upon her little pointed shoes. He knew her life, and the strange stories that were told about her lovers. Had he something of her temperament in him? These oval, heavy-lidded eyes seemed to look curiously at him. What of George Willoughby, with his powdered hair and fantastic patches? How evil he looked! The face was saturnine and swarthy, and the sensual lips seemed to be twisted with disdain. Delicate lace ruffles fell over the lean yellow hands that were so overladen with rings. He had been a macaroni of the 18th century, and the friend in his youth of Lord Ferrars. What of the second Lord Beckenham, the companion of the Prince Regent in his wildest days, and one of the witnesses at the secret marriage with Mrs. Fitzherbert? How proud and handsome he was with his chestnut curls and insolent pose! What passions had he bequeathed? The world had looked upon him as infamous. He had led the orgies of Carlton House. The star of the Garter glittered upon his breast. Beside him hung the portrait of his wife, a pallid, thin-lipped woman in black. Her blood also stirred within him. How curious it all seemed, and his mother with her Lady Hamilton face and her moist wine-dashed lips. He knew what he had got from her. He had got from her his beauty, and his passion for the beauty of others. She laughed at him in her loose bacchante dress. There were vine leaves in her hair, the purple spilled from the cup she was holding, the carnations of the painting had withered, but the eyes were still wonderful in their depth and brilliancy of color. They seemed to follow him wherever he went. Yet, one had ancestors in literature as well as in one's own race, nearer perhaps in type and temperament, many of them, and certainly with an influence of which one was more absolutely conscious. There were times when it appeared to Dorian Gray that the whole of history is merely the record of his own life, not as he had lived it in an act and circumstance, but as his imagination had created it for him, as it had been in his brain and in his passions. There should have been an alert when Cider Martin dropped in. I'm not sure what happened there, but it hasn't been triggering with every raid, and I'm not sure why. Twitch is silly. Icky Dolls! Ew! Icky Dolls, welcome in. Tusano? Cider Martin, welcome in. Thank you for sharing your community with me. Hello, my name is Vexen Cat. I am a tiger librarian, and I read classical literature and poetry, and occasionally, very occasionally, play video games. I'm currently reading The Picture of Dorian Gray, so I'm almost done with this chapter. It is absurdly long, so I'm not sure how much longer I will be reading today, but I will do my best.
I don't like your silence after that. Cider.
Was that, I think... What is happening? Somebody please. Erosita. Oh my god, what is it? I think it's the... It's like the elemental bubble.
A hug? I'll give you guys a hug. Come on, come on in.
Erosita.
Hug time.
Amazing. Celestial bubble. That's the word I was looking for. It's been a lot of that today, Erosita. Welcome in. My goodness, everyone. Hello, thank you for all of the follows, everybody. Hello again. My name is Vexing Cat. I read classic literature and occasionally poetry. I'm currently reading The Picture of Dorian Gray and trying to finish this chapter. Unsuccessfully, I might add. So please settle in, grab something to drink. For you wonderful raiders that are hopping in right now, please take care of yourselves. Thank you so much, Erosita and Cider Martin, for sharing your communities with me. It's so kind of you and very generous. I appreciate it. My goodness. I don't know why I couldn't remember Celestial for a minute there. It's like, I met Cider Martin. I think I found in a another. It was like a writing and reading stream. And then Aracita is one of the wonderful people I met through the Underrealm community. So thank you. I'm a little choked up. I just don't know why everyone's been so nice to me today. It's just, oh my god. Thank you. Thank you, all of you wonderful people that are sticking around to listen. I appreciate you. I'm gonna chug some Alka-Seltzers and Pop Rocks. Oh no. Oh man. You like me and stuff. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think I was on page 187. Oh goodness. Okay. We spoke of her lips. Yeah, okay. I think I know where I'm at. My goodness. Beep booped. De boop. Yet one had ancestors in literature, as well as in one's own race, nearer perhaps in type and temperament, many of them, and certainly with an influence of one, which one was more absolutely conscious. There were times when it appeared to Dorian Gray that the whole of history was merely the record of his own life, not as he had lived it in act and circumstance, but as his imagination had created it for him, as it had been in his brain and in his passions. He felt that he had known them all, those strange, terrible figures that had passed across the stage of the world and made sin so marvelous and evil and so full of subtlety. It seemed to him that in some mysterious way their lives had been his own. The hero of the wonderful novel that had so influenced his life had himself known this curious fancy. In the 7th chapter, he tells how, crowned with laurel lest lightning might strike him, he had sat as Tiberius in the garden at Capri, reading the shameful books of Elephantis, while dwarves and peacocks strutted round him, and the flute player mocked the swinger of the censer, and as Caligula had caroused with the green-shirted jockeys in their stables, and supped in an ivory manger with a jewel front-litted horse, and as Domitian had wandered through a corridor lined with marble mirrors, looked round with haggard eyes for the reflection of the dagger that was to end his days. And sick, with that ennui, that terrible tedium vitae that comes on those to whom life denies nothing, and had peered through a clear emerald at the red shambles of the circus, and then in a litter of pearl and purple, drawn by silver-shod mules, been carried through the street of pomegranates to a house of gold, and heard men cry, as Nero Caesar as he passed by, and as Elgabalus had painted his face with colors and plied the distaff among the women, and brought the moon from Carthage, and given her in mystic marriage to the sun. Over and over again, Dorian used to read this fantastic chapter, and 2 chapters immediately following, in which, as in some curious tapestries or cunningly wrought enamels, were pictured the awful and beautiful forms of those whom vice and blood and weariness had made monstrous or mad. Filippo, Duke of Milan, who slew his wife and painted her lips with a scarlet poison that her lover might suck death from the dead thing he fondled. Petro Barbi, the Venetian, known as Paul II, who sought in his vanity to assume the title of Formosus, and whose tiara, valued at 200,000 florins, was bought at the price of a terrible sin. Gian Maria Visconti, who used hounds to chase living men and whose murdered body was covered with roses by a harlot who had loved him. The Borgia on his white horse, with fratricide riding beside him, and his mantle stained with the blood of Pietro Riario, the young Cardinal Archbishop of Florence, child and minion of Sixtus IV, whose beauty was equalled only by his debauchery, and who received Leonora of Aragon in a pavilion of white and crimson silk, filled with nymphs and centaurs, and gilded a boy that he might serve at the feast at Ganymede or Hylas. Ezelin, whose melancholy could be cured only by the spectacle of death, and who had a passion for red blood, as other men have for red wine. The son of the fiend, as was reported, and who had cheated his father at dice when gambling with him for his own soul. Giambattista Cibo, who in mockery took the name of innocent, and into whose torpid veins the blood of 3 lads was infused by a Jewish doctor. Sigismondo Malatesta, the lover of Isotta, and the lord of Rimini, whose effigy was burned at Rome as the enemy of God and man, who strangled Polissena with a napkin and gave poison to Generva d'Este in a cup of emerald, and in honor of a shameful passion built a pagan church for Christian worship. Charles VI, who had so wildly adored his brother's wife that a leper had warned him of the insanity that was coming on him, and who, when his brain had sickened and grown strange, could only be soothed by Saracen cards painted with the images of love and death and madness. And in his trimmed jerkin and jeweled cap and acanthus-like curls, Griffonetto Baglioni, who slew Astore with his bride and Simonetto with his page, and whose comeliness was such that as he lay dying in the yellow piazza of Perugia, those who had hated him could not choose but weep, and Atalanta, who had cursed him, blessed him. There was a horrible fascination in them all. He saw them at night, and they troubled his imagination in the day. The Renaissance knew of strange manners of poisoning by a helmet and a lighted torch, by an embroidered glove and a jeweled fan, by a gilded pomander and by an amber chain. Dorian Gray had been poisoned by a book. There were moments when he looked on evil simply as a mode through which he could realize his conception of the beautiful. Oh, mamma mia. That chapter, that entire chapter, every jewel, every name, every type of embroidery, like just decadence. Dorian Gray goes from one form of decadence to another in the span of like 8 years. It's insane. It's like, you know, he was what, 17 at the beginning when he was painted, in the flower of his youth, beauty personified by all and sunder. And then he received the gift of the book that led him on the path of debauchery. And in the face of his peers, he appeared as one, and then would disguise himself and further his own aims in his sin and darkness and evil, you know, methods, I guess. I just blown away. I oh, Steph Sue, you're doing so well with the names. My brain is blown. I think therefore I am, perhaps. Wow. That was an incredible chapter. That chapter took a lot out of me, I'm not gonna lie. Where are we? We're about how long is this next one? If this next one is like that same length, I just don't have it in me, but if it's only a few. So we're on chapter 12. How long is chapter 12? Does it also have 7 million words? Oh, it's short. We're reading chapter 12 and then we'll call it for today. That's easy peasy. He was idolizing evil for evil's sake. Well, I would conjecture to believe that he was idolizing passion. He was passionate about passion, and passion takes many forms. It can be the form of beautiful things, like he coveted beautiful things because he knew conceptually that other people coveted them. He coveted passion and would go from lover to lover to lover and doing the most debauched, dark things with them. This is why women would pale and avoid his eye when he entered the room. And because it was all clandestine and under the cover of darkness, behind closed doors, everyone knew, but nobody knew. So I think he got away with way more than he ever should have. He was just full of vice and just, I don't know, at times, I mean, we have to assume his most evil carnal desires were absorbed by the painting. So the painting grew soft and evil and grotesque, and he still remained beautiful, and he would admire his beauty in the mirror and avoid looking at the grotesqueness. But he would also sit in front of the grotesqueness of his painting and acknowledge it and celebrate that his beauty persisted. I don't know. Some heavy shit, man. Oscar Wilde was wildin', and I think he may or may not have put me through my paces. Honestly, he is as verbose and like multicultural in his writing as I would say Bram Stoker's Dracula. I would compare the two as far as like locations and this and that. And of course, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein also, it talked about all of these beautiful mountains, special lakes that had these very unique, like in Geneva, Switzerland, words that are German, I think somewhat German, somewhat French, a little bit of amalgamation of both. So those three, so Oscar Wilde, Mary Shelley, and Bram Stoker would probably be the most, I guess, well-traveled, I would say. The most well-traveled of any of the authors that I've read to date. It's just funny that to come full circle a year from when I started to another author that, like, is only comparable to authors that I read a year ago. So that's fascinating. All right. Last chapter, promise. We got 30 minutes. No snoozes. We got this. Do our best. Chapter 12 of The Picture of Dorian Gray. It was on the 9th of November, the eve of his own 38th birthday, as he often remembered afterwards. He was walking home about 11 o'clock from Lord Henry's, where he had been dining, and was wrapped in heavy furs, as the night was cold and foggy. At the corner of Grosvenor Square. Thank you for the gifted sub to Wilde Bone Collar. Thank you. At the corner of Grosvenor Square and South Audley Street, a man passed him in the mist, walking very fast, and with the collar of his grey ulster turned up. He had a bag in his hand. Dorian recognized him. It was Basil Hallward. A strange sense of fear, for which he could not account, came over him. He made no sign of recognition and went on quickly in the direction of his own house. But Hallward had seen him. Dorian heard him first, stopping on the pavement and then hurrying after him. In a few moments his hand was on his arm. Dorian, what an extraordinary piece of luck. I have been waiting for you in your library ever since 9 o'clock. Finally, I took pity on your tired servant and told him to go to bed as he let me out. I am off to Paris by the midnight train, and I particularly wanted to see you before I left. I thought it was you, or rather your fur coat as you passed me, but I wasn't quite sure. Didn't you recognize me? In this fog, my dear Basil. Why, I can't even recognize Grosvenor Square. I believe my house is somewhere about here, but I don't feel at all certain about it. I am sorry you are going away, as I have not seen you for ages, but I suppose you will be back soon. No. I am going to be out of England for 6 months. I intend to take a studio in Paris and shut myself up till I have finished a great picture I have in my head. However, it wasn't about myself I wanted to talk. Here we are at your door. Let me come in for a moment. I have something to say to you. I shall be charmed. But won't you miss your train? Said Dorian Gray languidly as he passed up the steps and opened the door with his latchkey. The lamplight struggled out through the fog, and Hallward looked at his watch. I have heaps of time, he answered. The train doesn't go till 12:15, and it is only just 11. In fact, I was on my way to the club to look for you when I met you. You see, I shan't have any delay about luggage, as I have sent on my heavy things. All I have with me is in this bag, and I can easily get to Victoria in 20 minutes. Dorian looked at him and smiled. What a way for a fashionable painter to travel! A Gladstone bag and an ulster. Come in, or the fog will get into the house. And mind you don't talk about anything serious. Nothing is serious nowadays. At least nothing should be. Hallward shook his head as he entered and followed Dorian into the library. There was a bright wood fire blazing in the large open hearth. The lamps were lit, and an open Dutch silver spirit case stood with some siphons of soda water and large cut glass tumblers on a little marqueterie table. You see, your servant made me quite at home, Dorian. He gave me everything I wanted, including your best gold-tipped cigarettes. He is a most hospitable creature. I like him much better than the Frenchman you used to have. What has become of the Frenchman, by the by? Dorian shrugged his shoulders. I believe he married Lady Radley's maid, and has established her in Paris as an English dressmaker. Anglomanie is very fashionable over there now, I hear. It seems silly of the French, doesn't it? But, do you know, he was not at all a bad servant. I never liked him, but I had nothing to complain about. One often imagines things that are quite absurd. He was really very devoted to me and seemed quite sorry when he went away. Have another brandy and soda, or would you like the hock and seltzer? I always take hock and seltzer myself. There is sure to be some in the next room. Thanks. I won't have anything more, said the painter, taking his cap and coat off and throwing them on the bag that he had placed in the corner. And now, my dear fellow, I want to speak to you seriously. Don't frown like that. You make it so much more difficult for me. What is it all about? Cried Dorian in his petulant way, flinging himself down on the sofa. I hope it is not about myself. I am tired of myself tonight. I should like to be somebody else. It is about yourself, answered Hallward, in his grave, deep voice. And I must say it to you. I shall only keep you half an hour. Dorian sighed and lit a cigarette. Half an hour? he murmured. It is not much to ask of you, Dorian, and it is entirely for your own sake that I am speaking. I think it right that you should know that the most dreadful things are being said against you in London. I don't wish to know anything about them. I love scandals about other people, but scandals about myself don't interest me. They have not got the charm of novelty. They must interest you, Dorian. Every gentleman is interested in his good name. You don't want people to talk of you as something vile and degraded. Of course you have your position and your wealth and all that kind of thing, but position and wealth are not everything. Mind you, I don't believe these rumors at all. At least I can't believe them when I see you. Sin is a thing that writes itself across a man's face. It cannot be concealed. People talk sometimes of secret vices. There are no such things. If a wretched man has a vice, it shows itself in the lines of his mouth, the droop of his eyelids, the molding of his hands even. Somebody, I won't mention his name, but you know him, came to me last year to have his portrait done. I had never seen him before, and had never heard anything about him at the time, though I have heard a good deal since. He offered an extravagant price. I refused him. There was something in the shape of his fingers that I hated. I know now that I was quite right in what I fancied about him. His life is dreadful. But you, Dorian, with your pure, bright, innocent face, and your marvelous, untroubled youth, I can't believe anything against you. And yet, I see you very seldom, and you never come down to the studio now, and when I am away from you and I hear all these hideous things that people are whispering about you, I don't know what to say. Why is it, Dorian, that a man like the Duke of Berwick leaves the room of a club when you enter it? Why is it that so many gentlemen in London will neither go to your house nor invite you to theirs? You used to be a friend of Lord Staveley. I met him at dinner last week. Your name happened to come up in conversation in connection with the miniatures you have lent to the exhibition at the Dudley. Staveley curled his lip and said that you might have the most artistic tastes, but that you were a man whom no pure-minded girl should be allowed to know, and whom no chaste woman should sit in the same room with. I reminded him that I was a friend of yours, and asked him what he meant. He told me right out before everybody. It was horrible. Why is your friendship so fatal to young men? There was that wretched boy in the Guards who committed suicide. You were his great friend. There was Sir Henry Ashton, who had to leave England with a tarnished name. You and he were inseparable. What about Adrian Singleton and his dreadful end? What about Lord Kent's only son and his career? I met his father yesterday in St. James's Street. He seemed broken with shame and sorrow. What about the young Duke of Perth? What sort of life has he got now? What gentleman would associate with him? Stop, Basil. You are talking about things of which you know nothing, said Dorian Gray, biting his lip, and with a note of infinite contempt in his voice. You ask me why Berwick leaves a room when I enter it. It is because I know everything about his life, not because he knows anything about mine. With such blood as he has in his veins, how could his record be clean? You ask me about Henry Ashton and young Perth. Did I teach the one his vices and the other his debauchery? If Kent's silly son takes his wife from the streets, what is that to me? If Adrian Singleton writes his friend's name across a bill, am I his keeper? I know how people chatter in England. The middle classes air their moral prejudices over their gross dinner tables and whisper about what they call the profligacies. Oh my goodness. I'm getting tired. The profligacies of their betters in order to try and pretend that they are in smart society and on intimate terms with the people they slander. In this country, It is enough for a man to have distinction and brains, for every common tongue to wag against him. And what sort of lives do these people who pose as being moral lead themselves? My dear fellow, you forget that we are in the native land of the hypocrite. Dorian, cried Hallward. That is not the question. England is bad enough, I know, and English society is all wrong. That is the reason why I want you to be fine. You have not been fine. One has a right to judge of a man by the effect he has over his friends. Yours seem to lose all sense of honor, of goodness, of purity. You have filled them with a madness. For pleasure, they have gone down into the depths. You led them there. Yes, you led them there, and yet you can smile as you are smiling now. And there is worse behind. I know you and Harry are inseparable. Surely for that reason, if for none other, you should have made his sister's name a byword. Take care, Basil. You go too far. I must speak, and you must listen. You shall listen. When you met Lady Gwendolen, not a breath of scandal had ever touched her. Is there a single decent woman in London now who would drive with her in the park? Why, even her children are not allowed to live with her. Then there are other stories that you have been seen creeping at dawn out of dreadful houses and slinking in disguise into the foulest dens in London. Are they true? Can they be true? When I first heard them, I laughed. I hear them now and they make me shudder. What about your country house and the life that is led there? Dorian, you don't know what is said about you. I won't tell you that I don't want to preach to you. I remember Harry saying once that every man who turned himself into an amateur curate for the moment always began by saying that and then proceeded to break his word. I do want to preach to you. I want you to lead a life as will make the world respect you. I want you to have a clean name and a fair record. I want you to get rid of the dreadful people you associate with. Don't shrug your shoulders like that. Don't be so indifferent. You have a wonderful influence. Let it be for good, not for evil. They say that you corrupt everyone with whom you become intimate, and that is quite sufficient for you to enter a house for shame of some kind to follow after. I don't know whether it is so or not. How should I know? But it is said of you. I am told things that it seems impossible to doubt. Lord Gloucester, Gloucester, what a word. Lord Gloucester was one of my greatest friends at Oxford. He showed me a letter that his wife had written to him when she was dying alone in her villa at Mentone. Your name was implicated in the most terrible confession I ever read. I told him that it was absurd, that I knew you thoroughly, and that you were incapable of anything of the kind. Know you? I wonder, do I know you? Before I could answer that, I should have to see your soul. To see my soul, muttered Dorian, staring up from the sofa and turning almost white from fear. Yes, answered Hallward gravely and with deep-toned sorrow in his voice. To see your soul, but only God can do that. A bitter laugh of mockery broke from the lips of the younger man. You shall see it yourself tonight, he cried, seizing a lamp from the table. Come, it is your own handiwork. Why shouldn't you look at it? You can tell the world all about it afterwards if you choose. Nobody would believe you. If they did believe you, they would like me all the better for it. I know the age better than you do, though you will prate about it so tediously. Come, I tell you, you have chattered enough about corruption. Now you shall look on it, face to face. There was the madness of pride in every word he uttered. He stamped his foot upon the ground in his boyish, insolent manner. He felt a terrible joy at the thought that someone else was to share his secret, and that the man who had painted the portrait that was the origin of all his shame was to be burdened for the rest of his life with the hideous memory of what he had done. Yes, he continued, coming closer to him and looking steadfastly into his stern eyes, I shall show you my soul. You shall see the thing that you fancy only God can see. Hallward started back. This is blasphemy, Dorian, he cried. You must not say things like that. They are horrible and they don't mean anything. Good night, Panda. Get some good rest. Have a great evening. You think so? He laughed again. I know so. As for what I said to you tonight, I said it for your good. You know I have been always a staunch friend to you. Don't touch me. Finish what you have to say. A twisted flash of pain shot across the painter's face. He paused for a moment, and a wild feeling of pity came over him. After all, what right had he to pry into the life of Dorian Gray if he had done a tithe of what was rumored about him? How much he must have suffered. Then he straightened himself up and walked over to the fireplace and stood there looking at the burning logs with their frost-like ashes and their throbbing cores of flame. I am waiting, Basil, said the young man in a hard, clear voice. He turned round. What I have to say is this, he cried. You must give me some answer to these horrible charges that are made against you. If you tell me that they are absolutely untrue from beginning to end, I shall believe you. Deny them, Dorian, deny them. Can't you see what I am going through? My God, don't tell me that you're bad and corrupt and shameful. Dorian Gray smiled. There was a curl of contempt in his lips. Come upstairs, Basil, he said quietly. I keep a diary of my life from day to day, and it never leaves the room in which it is written. I shall show it to you if you come with me. I shall come with you, Dorian, if you wish it. I see I have missed my train. That makes no matter. I can go tomorrow. But don't ask me to read anything tonight. All I want is a plain answer. All I want is a plain answer to my question. That shall be given to you upstairs. I could not give it here. You will not have to read long. Ooh, man, next chapter is gonna be wild. Okay. Beep, boop, boop. All right, and oh, look at that. We have an alert that then we need to go on an ad break in 10 minutes. So this is an excellent time to be ending the reading for today. Oh my goodness gracious. Copy. So we read 70 pages, give or take, today. Save that. Okay. I fear the worst is coming in the next chapter. Oh my gosh, you're not wrong. Yeah, it's like there's definitely going to be the shattering of all his imagined fears brought to life. It'll be, I wonder from an artistic perspective how he'll react. I mean, obviously he's going to see the pure degradation of his greatest work brought to life through this painting. All of the blackness and carnal desires and madness and contempt and cruelty that Dorian has purveyed up to this point. So many years have passed. It's 10 years, 20 years? 20 years, because he said it was 38. 20 years of debauchery wrought upon, I'm guessing oil? It would probably be oil. Brought upon the oil of the painting. Anyway. Let's find somebody lovely to go visit. To all of you listeners, my Libro files, you wonderful followers, subscribers, everybody that came in today, all of these raiders, my goodness. Let's go find somebody else who's reading, and we'll continue to share the reading train. What do we have in the same category? Kintrin is just getting started. He's continuing the Shadows over Innsmouth. That would be a good choice. Anybody else? Portuguese, German. They're writing a novel. They're reading The Dragon's Heir. You know, let's go visit Kintrin. I think that would be wonderful. He is just getting started, so this will be... Oh, and he's doing his charity stream. All the more reason. Okay. I think this is his 3rd year as a streamer, and a... yeah. Let's take a peek at that. You met Kintrin. Oh, Kintrin's wonderful. Starting soon, I hope? Question mark. Well, they're wonderful. That's so kind too that they would recommend me. Of course, Jules. Thank you. And now I shall abuse your powers as mod. And you know, if Valis and Valen are unavailable, that's funny. Valis, Valen, Void Baron, Jules, and then Tiger Fae. So interesting. It's like VVV Tiger Fae. So, we'll just kick back and relax for a few minutes and see if they're actually there. But yeah, it was a good book. It was a good reading today. Definitely got the extra chapter that I was hoping to. Admittedly, the 4th chapter was exceedingly long and very verbose. Ah, excellent. All right, he is officially not on a starting soon screen and getting ready. So let's go bother. How do I? Oh, that's an excellent question, Steph Sue. I pick most of my books. I research classic literature. It's okay. We're fine. I do a little bit of research about classic literature to see what is. It's fine. To see what is available to me, and then I kind of try to line up the books based on the season. So last year for Halloween we had Bram Stoker's Dracula and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. This year we did John William Polidori's The Vampire, and now Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray, sort of horror based books. Going into the fall, I'll probably read possibly some like Elizabethan era classics, and then let me look at my list here. So unread books, let's see. I've got a number of really interesting books. Little Women, The Court of King Arthur, Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier. I've got some poetry by William Ernest Henley. I'd like to do some Oscar Wilde poetry. I think will be the next section. Yes, Jane Eyre is a good one. Oh, thank you for the follow. Anyway, we are. I don't want us to get stuck into an ad, but feel free to join my Discord stuff. You can always message me if you have questions, like what my resources are for books, and then like if you wanted suggestions or something for your own reading, hit me up. All right, let's go bother Kintrin. Yep. So Sunday is my next stream, but that is not a reading stream. It's a D&D one. So we nerd out and do Kari Chari. Yay! Oh my goodness, I didn't realize you were even here. That's awesome. Kari Chari, everyone, is the coolest. What is it? Mantis shrimp? The ones that can see all the pretty colors. Kari is fantastic. I met them through Almontis. So, another great VTuber. This has been an epic night for cool people. And I'm so easily distracted. Okay, dab. What are we gonna do? Let's do a raid message here. Raid. Leaving the debauched. Excellent word. Dorian behind for I don't want to say purer. Perhaps greener, safer, yes, okay, for safer stories. There we go. I think that would be fun. All right, copy pasta. Da, 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 da. All right, so we have leaving the debauched Dorian behind for safer stories, and grab that for hag use. We're looking for a VTuber model. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's raid out. Let's raid out before the silly thing makes me subject you poor people to another set of ads. So it was a real pleasure getting to read for you all. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend, and for those of you that can be there, I will see you on Sunday for another session of D&D on the Wild Seas. All right, alley-oop.